showing up early. Hello, Pascone. Hello, Oscar. McFerrick, Monkey Can, go ahead, fill up that chat. I'm gonna go quick grab my coffee. Be right back, and then we'll start. Let's see how this chat has been filled. Almost there. I just have to nudge you guys over. I think you're at the bottom. Yeah, it looks like it. What the heck? You're talking on the chat as you walk home. Yeah, does that even work? Alright guys, let's just start. Let's go! Alright, hey buddies, welcome to the show. Welcome to another, oh, hi, hello. I got my coffee, I'm ready to go. Becky's off at Japanese classes. My back hurts as soon as I get on the couch. I don't know what to fucking do. I don't know what to fucking do. My neck, my back, I have issues. The wrist issues have actually kind of straightened themselves out. No, they didn't straighten themselves out. I went over the last year, have like brutally stretched my hands, like every day, just like, ugh. I was taught by a therapist, physical therapist, that like, so I'd always seen stretching your hands, good thing, right? Supposed to help. And so I'd always stretched. I'd never known how hard you should stretch. You should really stretch. It's insane how hard this woman was like pulling her fingers back, and she's like, yeah, you gotta stretch real far. That, and the second thing is putting my wrists into hot water, which I thought was counterintuitive, because I thought all my pain was from inflammation. But the hot water loosens them and lengthens them, and then I stretch in the hot water. So it's still not gone completely. I have to still be careful of what I do and how I work. I still can't work with a trackpad on a laptop. That's still like within 10 minutes of using a trackpad, or a mouse. Trackpad's worse, mouse isn't great. I still start to get lots of tingling and stuff. The way I can work is with a tablet. Lots of big arm movements instead of little finger movements. Anyway, that's your update on my health. But the thing is that I don't fucking know what to do about is how anytime I sit down anywhere, my neck hurts. And my back hurts. Like this couch we've gone through, the couches we got when we got here, the brown ones weren't great. So we got those new chairs. They didn't really work out for me. So we went and we got this. I stretch. Yoga is not good for wrist pain. Yoga doesn't take into account that people with weak and painful wrists. I find yoga extremely uncomfortable. I do stretches. I do this all the time. One thing, I try to keep my shoulders loose. First of all, I do this a lot, which is a big Japanese stretch, like very common, like you'll see elderly outside doing this and people at the beginning of the workday at companies doing that. And the benefit of, like how I said, I don't like sitting down. I do all my working with the iPad. I will put it up on, you guys have seen our staircases here in the house. They're metal, they're made of metal, and this case is magnetic. I just go like, and it snaps onto the staircase, and I can just stand there and just like work like this. And as I'm composing music, I take constant breaks to like stretch and just like work out my neck and stuff like that. It doesn't seem to matter. There's something wrong with me where if I'm in a sitting position, it just hurts. Lie down streaming, like just like that. I don't know. I don't know what to do about it. It's not as bad, like I've said to you guys, on shows that allow me to take breaks. For some reason, yeah, like I've considered, I might go to a doctor, I might look at massage therapy, I may look at some different options, I don't know. The thing is, they say sitting's not good for you, period. Like, laying down and standing up is okay. Sitting is supposed to be bad for you, in general. Anyways, games where I can go like this, like games where we can like, I think that the reason we were able to put in such long sessions into Disco Elysium is because we were constantly stopping and being like this and talking. And then like I would select an option and then I'd go like this. And then when I was really bothered, I'd give it to Becky to walk around. But like, and then with Overwatch shows, I think we were able to go such long shows because of every single time you die, I would go like this. I'd be like, oh. Like, so you're taking constant stretches, which helped me go longer periods. Joy-Cons would be great if they worked. Every time I use Joy-Cons, my wrists hurt because like I feel like I'm fighting the Joy-Con. It's like using the worst possible mouse in the world, where you're always fighting it. Anyways, do you recall a specific game that was horrible for you? Anything that tenses my body now is horrible. Oh, pussy wrist-wise? I don't know about pussy wrists. Well, now anything that uses the PlayStation 5 controller hurts my wrists. But when it comes to my back and my shoulders and my neck, anything that like takes a lot of tension in the body and has you constantly playing, that's bad. Anyways, I'm gonna keep working on it. I just, wish I didn't have body aches. It sucks. It's part of getting old, I guess, but really, I've always had this type of stuff. I've always been like Ben's jokes on the show that I'm an old man there's a reason. I've just always been like this. Like, I've always had aches and pains and like, people have it way worse than me. There's other people with real conditions, but like, I've just kind of always been an achy person. I was always the kid in school to get shin splints when running, like immediately. All the other kids can run forever. I would get shin splints after like one practice of track and field. Like, my knees started to I fucked up my knees in high school from breakdancing. Like, how many kids like permanently into their future adulthood fuck up their knees from breakdancing? You think it's menopause kicking in? Yeah, says somebody in the shadow chat. Anyways, hello Oscar. Anyways, you were saying, how did the first draft go? I lost. I went 2-3, and I think the game I could have done better, but like I was learning as I went, and I'm still. It's gonna be a tough day too today. It's gonna be tough. You know, I might be able to today. I'll test out. Like I think that it can also help for me to change position a lot while I stream. So when Becky's not around, that might help. The fact that I can kind of. I can change from side to side. I can lean to different sides. I can loll about like this, kind of like, you know, that helps maybe a little bit. And maybe I can take an occasional standing break and stand up and make a decision, or like go behind, could always go behind the couch like this for a little bit just to stretch and as I play maybe. But the fact is, long sitting is not good for you, period. It's just not good for you. All right, okay, welcome to the show. I think everybody's showing up who's gonna watch. And let's do my second Kamigawa draft. I had to buy, I was a few gems short of doing another free draft, and I didn't play off show because I'm constantly, incessantly busy off show composing music, which is my passion right now. I'm trying to make music. I want to make an album. That's some news for you. But anyways, what I'm, so instead of getting gems off, like, so I could have probably kept playing for free, but I didn't. I just spent 20 bucks on gems, so now we don't have to worry. You guys will see the music eventually. I've got, as I've said on Twitter, I have like, what kind of music says Zach Morgan? Everything. Look at my Twitter, you'll see that I'm composing every different type of music. I like to do everything. I use many different tools. I mess around in like all kinds of different programs to compose music in many different ways. Sometimes, lots of the time, I use AI to help. There's amazing AI tools now to help compose music. There's no such thing as being stuck on an idea anymore in music. There are so many AI tools now that like get you over that hump when you're like, okay, I created a cool loop. What next? I might do a stream on it because it's really cool, the stuff that's out there now on how you can compose music. But anyways, I'm making every genre, and so I'm putting together, I've composed like 200 songs in the last year, maybe more. In the last 2 years, probably like 400 or 500 songs. They're all like, you know, some of them, and then I'd say all of them, complete ideas, complete songs, fully fleshed out and ready, like probably about 50 that I would say are ready to be polished and I could potentially do something with, you know? Tommy Gunn saying, what program have you found to work best so far? I work only on the iPad. I really should do a stream on this or something, but on the iPad, I like, you have to use a little bit of every tool I find. FL Studio, Fruity Loops, FL Studio has an FL Studio mobile, which is nothing like the real one. I really liked it. It has ghost notes, which lets you see all the notes from the other tracks when you're working on a new track, so you can like trace over chords to create melodies. I love Groovebox by Amplify. They have like 1,000 built-in patterns that you can randomly toss in and come up with ideas as you combine patterns, and then like you can, and it's just really simple and straightforward, and the synths are top-notch quality. Nano Studio is one of the best all-around DAWs, except for its annoying limitation that you can't put waveform audio onto the track, so you can only compose in MIDI. So it's just a little bit of an annoying limitation. Otherwise, I think that's the best one all around, is Nano Studio. Cubasis, from the creators of Cubase, is a little clunky to use, but it might be the most all-around powerful, it lacks limitations, but its usability is annoying. So I only go there to finish tracks. mobile music making is incredible because right now, like I've been buying SWAM instruments, physically modeled instruments that sound like the real thing. They cost like $300 on PC, and they're selling them for $30 on the iPad. Like the deals you can get on mobile music, you're getting like Pro Q, one of the best equalizers out there. They're selling for $30 on the iPad. Like, it's like a steal. It's insane the deals you get on top quality plugins on the iPad. That's another reason to compose on the iPad besides ergonomics. So anyways, I've owned FL Studio since 2004. No, wait. No, it goes back further. Probably 2000. I want to say 2002 I owned FL Studio since. And it's a lifetime ownership, right? So I've owned it since 2002, I think. That's how old school I am when it comes to making music. Are all the programs talking about paid? Yeah, like $30. Like all of those on the iPad are about $30 a piece. And I bought them all because I just want to try them. Like they all have different strengths. So anyways, that's my passion, is music making. It always has been. When I was little, that was what I wanted to do first. And but I also want to do everything, so I never focused on it. I did comics, then I did animations, then I did movies, then I did like internet videos, then I made a live show, and I just am kind of getting back to music, and it's making me very happy. This continues to be a pre-show because I'm just chatting with you guys. But what I want to make is music that you guys like. Because I have an audience already. I have the benefit of an audience and people who would probably who wouldn't mind listening to what I make, just to see what I'm making at the very first, but I'll probably lose your ears pretty quickly if I make stuff you don't like. So I want to think of what you guys might like to hear, because I like making all types. But what would you like to hear? And that's what I have to find out, because I have made many things. Anyways. And that's the other reason I'm doing it. Yeah, King Cartoon. That was why I kind of really started getting back into it. I was like, first of all, I'm making AVG. I've been editing the season we shot of AVG, and I've been getting to these points where I'm like, I need to make some music here, but like my abilities aren't up to snuff for the type of quality I'm going for with this season of AVG. I'm not as good as I want to be, and that's part of the reason I jumped in, but also because I want to make songs that I can play in the background of our show. So I'm making that genre as well. Stuff that might sound a little like, I don't know, Starship Amazing or something like that. Like kind of upbeat, happy, but not too sugary, happy, sweet, bouncy. Maybe like Boss Fight and stuff like that. Type of stuff matches our show quite well. Thanks, Hexuni. Zach Morgan says, do you like ELO? Good God, I love ELO. Do you know how much time I've spent in the last 2 years trying to emulate ELO? I'm trying desperately to make music that sounds like ELO, and it's so hard. Mostly because I can't sing. Because so much of what makes ELO is their harmonizing voices. They're like, that's a huge part of it. Disco strings is something I've been figuring out how to compose. Jeff Lynne is a god. He's incredible. Disco strings is something that I can figure out. I'm slowly but surely learning how to compose with disco sounding strings, and that was a huge part of their sound. Spacey synthesizers are quite easy. Guitar articulations and strummings, they luckily didn't do too many complicated solos, so that's not hard to figure out. That mostly is just rhythms. I'm not hugely good at rhythms, but I can generate rhythms. I can find rhythms online. I can make them. But yeah, it's the right now I'd say the hump I'd like to get over is convincingly good vocals, and I've been playing with synthesizers, Vocaloids they call them in Japan, and those are coming up and like they're getting better all the time, and they're using AI to make those better as well, and that's something that's exciting me. But what I'd like to do is hire vocalists on Fiverr who go for extremely cheap, extremely talented people, will sing for you for quite low rates, and I'm writing lyrics for many of my songs, and I'm hoping to put them to a voice, find a voice, and have them sing over some tracks. I am not using Hatsune Miku for my Vocaloid, no. There are better Vocaloids out there that don't sound like weird ass. I like to use Vocaloids. I'm trying to use Vocaloids that sound realistic to make them sound realistic, but I don't think that I want to make music with Vocaloids. I think I like to use Vocaloids as a sketching pad to put together lyrics that I think might sound right for an actual vocalist to take over, and then they can sing it. But it's just, I find Vocaloids to be a good way to come up with ideas. Anyways, guys, we should get started, but thanks for letting me gush about the music. I've been thinking about doing a stream where I just talk about how I make music and stuff, but it's just hard to imagine in this format showing you guys that and not boring everybody to death. I don't know. In particular, though, showing how I make it, because like, unlike with dreams or something, if I were to do a dream stream, which again I also kind of like stay away from, because I'm still learning. I feel like most artists probably feel like this. I'm still learning how to make stuff, and I feel like most of the time would be spent in me just doing something boring, trying to figure out how to do something I didn't know how to do. With music, unlike art, at least with art, the person can just turn away from the screen while something boring's happening and not listen, or just listen to the person. But if I'm doing something in music and I'm trying to figure something out, you're gonna be listening to the same fucking loop over and over, and it's gonna get annoying. Like, you know, so that's difficult. I would say if I were to do music streams where I actually work on music, I would probably have completed tracks ready, almost completed tracks, and then I'd be more doing arranging than I would be doing composing. Because composing's painful, and it's a lot of trial and error, whereas if I had a complete idea and then I was just arranging the track, putting just different instruments to different parts, that's kind of fun, because you're kind of coming up with all kinds of crazy different combinations of instruments, and so while you're listening to the same track over and over, it's a full track, you'll be hearing different kinds of things going on, right? But I envy those dudes who are so good at stuff like making music that they can do a stream where they're just like, all right, let's bang this out. Bup, 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 bup. Sounds amazing. Slap it in. All right, that sounds like this kind of bass line then. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, like that's entertaining, but I'm not that kind of music maker. I'm not that good. Like it's painful for me to make music. Like it's slow because I'm not classically trained. But, anyways. Like, oh, speaking of the Doom soundtracks, like, it's kind of crazy. Like, here, for example, this is how cool things are nowadays. Here's a program I just bought called Riffler. It automatically generates guitar riffs. And the variety is incredible. And it's just it's just a database of like thousands of guitar riffs, and then algorithms that vary them, give variations to the chord structure, to the rhythms, to the what do they call them, run-ons, where like kind of soloing goes on, and it generates every time. It sounds completely different, and it's all original, so it's all yours, and you know, like you can put it together with another one and create even more. Like here, just listen to this. So that's one. I'm just pressing the random button. And it doesn't have to be completely random either. Yes, you can. This one allows you to switch it to so much of my music making process is using apps like this until you hear something really good that you like. You're like, yeah, let's build on that. And then you take it to a program and you get a few ideas, put them together, and start to make a track. And like, it's so much like, I respect and envy those who are musical geniuses who spent their entire life playing and studying and can just go like dun 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 dun, and like they can make any genre at any time and just like throw stuff together. That's amazing. Those people are amazing. But technology is democratizing it. It's making it so anybody can start to toss together tracks. But yeah, like here you can also choose genres so that it'll try to focus. It'll still create random, but it'll try to focus it down to a certain type. Like they even have a preset for doom, metal doom. How about metal? How about death metal? And then so like now, instead of pressing the random button, I can press the create button and it will create a new random death metal loop. So not completely random, but it focuses it on this type. So, and then like you can put in it's seriously wholesome to hear you talk about this. You're clearly I am super passionate about music. I always have been, and I'm like really, it's been really kind of therapeutic for me since Rediger and Hugo passed. I've been able to just kind of like pour my energy into something that's giving me positivity. But it's also painful, you know, because like it is a process, even with all these tools now that help you flow, keep the creative juices going. You can get to points where you're just like, you hit walls and you're just like, everything sounds the same. And then you start to listen to popular music and you're like, wow, it actually does all sound the same. Like to some extent. And then there's other days where you're just like, this all sounds like, music sounds amazing. All music is amazing. It's like, you go through these creatives ups and downs. But like one of the things that happens as you study and keep on making music, you realize that it's simultaneously hard but also easy, because like it's simple when you break it down and everybody really is just using the same rhythms and the same like rules over and over to make music. But it's the stories that you tell with it. It's the combination of these elements and then the stories that come out of them. It's the piece that you put together. It's not, you know. Anyways, let's play Magic. Thanks for letting me just like gush, but yeah, I should do a stream on it, because like I've been thinking, it's like, how do I take what I'm passionate about and put it on a VGA? Would people watch? Yeah, anyways. Let's play Magic. Here we go, guys. I'm gonna play, so I did buy some gems. And so I spent 20 bucks. I'd rather not, but again, like I said, that's how we got on this diatribe. I've been quite busy off show, not grinding out the gold. So, hello. Okay, so we start with a legendary creature, Satoru. So I still don't know the set, guys. Satoru Umezawa. It's weird. It's kind of funny. Like, it's actually harder to read Japanese names and words when you're not using hiragana. Like, it would actually be easier, I think, if it was in hiragana for me. Human Ninja 2-4. When you activate a ninjutsu ability, look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. This ability triggers only once each turn. So this guy gives you free card draw every time you use ninjutsu. And scry. You get to look at all the cards as well. Each creature card in your hand has ninjutsu. Oh, but it makes all the ninjutsus more expensive? So he's a late game card, kinda? Like, at least after you play this guy, you're definitely going to be able to use, you may be able to, okay. People can stop ninjutsu too by blocking. Card draw is nice. Making your ninjutsu abilities more expensive is bad. Selfless Samurai. This set has an insane number of incredible 2-drops, which is usually kind of something that lacks in sets, is good 2-drops. Usually 2-drops are like hard to come by. This set is just full of them. Whenever a samurai warrior controls attacks alone, it gains lifelink until end of turn. Sacrifice Selfless Samurai. Why didn't they have a keyword for this? Instead of writing every single time whenever a samurai or warrior attacks alone, it gains, like, there should be a keyword that short forms all that shit. It gains lifelink until end of turn. Sacrifice this, another target creature you control gains indestructible. So he can protect somebody. Fox Samurai. This is weird that this is an uncommon. It feels like a common card. It makes green creatures bigger instantly. Lifelink enchantments cost 1 less to cast. I don't like how committal dual colored are. Let's look for removal just to get our head around this pack real quick. Choose one. Target opponent exiles a creature they control. Target opponent exiles it. So this is perfect removal. And it's an instant. This is very powerful removal. This is maybe the best piece of removal in the set. Moonfolk Puzzle Maker. Whenever Moonfolk Puzzle Maker comes tapped, describe 1. Future Sentinel. The big mech crew 3. This gives you temporary flyers and then turns into a 2/4 flyer eventually. A lot of these go around late. Oh, not great because they get to choose. Target opponent exiles a creature they control. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay, thank you, Salazar. I wasn't reading that right. I was reading it like exile target creature and opponent controls, not target opponent exiles a creature they control. Very different. Very different. Okay, thank you. I gotta wake up. Today might not be a good day for playing Magic if that's how I'm thinking. But it's convoluted, man. Like, this set is hard. This guy has ninjutsu 2, so he only costs 2 to cast if you cast him with ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, everybody, is if you have a creature that goes by unblocked, you can then pay the ninjutsu cost of this card in your hand to replace that unblocked creature suddenly and attacking, so that it just like swaps them out. And the one that ninjutsus come back into your hand. So he's he's expensive unless he ninjutsus. Whenever Virus Beetle enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card. Okay. It's an artifact creature, which helps you build up artifacts. Okay, so I think probably the strongest card in the pack, at least they made it easy for us, is this guy. I was worried that this was a very strong piece of removal, because I think that taking a mono-black strong piece of removal over this guy would be better. Because this guy's very conditional, and he's dual color, so he's committing us to it. Like, it's harder to make him work. I don't like committing early. I did face a blue-black rat deck that I was very afraid of. That looked amazing. That did tons of ninjutsu on the first stream. Papercraft Decoy. These guys are useful for when you have a sacrificing deck like the red, using red. It's not a flyer though. Vigilance, Brute Suit. All right, let's look at the rares of the uncommons. I don't think I've read this one. Target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each artifact or enchantment you control. You get to do that twice. This is a very cheap saga. Then you exile and it comes back as Michiko, who gets +1/+1 for every artifact and enchantment you control. So you get really rewarded for having a lot of trinkets on the board. Touch of the Spirit Realm. Whenever it enters the battlefield, exile up to one target artifact or creature until it. Oh, this is removal. This sets pacifism kind of, or ring of whatever. Discard it. You can also discard this to exile a creature or artifact temporarily, but at instant speed. Or save a creature temporarily. Okiba Salvage. Return target creature or vehicle card from your graveyard to the battlefield, then put 2/2 +1/+1 counters on that permanent you control if you control an artifact and an enchantment. So this is just a very expensive, slow, like Raise the Dead, I think, or I forget the name of the card that just puts it onto the battlefield, which is nice, but oh, you have to control an artifact and an enchantment. Roaring Earth. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or vehicle you control. Channel it for 2 green and an X. Discard Roaring Earth. Put X +1/+1 counters on target creature you control. It becomes a 0/0 target land you control. Okay, so, or you can spend this to make a creature. I like this. I like that it's not, that it doesn't need a target because it can create a target. You can play it early as something that builds up your board with land drops, or you can play it late as something that makes a creature really big. That's a versatile card. I think I like it over all of these. Touch of the Spirit Realm's hard to pass, though. That's really good removal. Kitsune Ace. This guy's cool. He can... Oh, okay, yeah. Like, he's a really good pilot. Planar Incision. Exile target artifact or creature. Then return to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter. This is yet another... Oh, I had a question for you guys. Ninjutsu. What happens if you target the ninjutsu target? Somebody attacks with a goblin, then it goes unblocked. Then they choose to cast ninjutsu from their hand to replace the goblin. If I shoot a lightning bolt at that goblin first and it dies, what happens to the ninjutsu card? Does it fizzle or does it just stay in the hand? And the casting cost is obviously, the ninjutsu cost is obviously taps their land and the land stays tapped. That has to be the fact. But does the ninjutsu fizzle? I mean, does the card with ninjutsu, does it go to the graveyard? You cannot target the goblin once ninjutsu is played. What? You can't respond to ninjutsu? You can't cast in response to ninjutsu? It's uncounterable, or like it exists in its own. It doesn't go. everything goes on the stack in Magic. The stack is like the order of events. How does ninjutsu being cast not go on the stack? What the fuck? It's part of the cost? That's why they made it part of the cost. So okay. Interesting. All right. Okay, guys. Well, then my question was answered. Any other weird things I should know about ninjutsu that I should try to understand? You have to make sure to target things before the declare blocker step if you're worried about ninjutsu. Yeah, but you can't, like, obviously target. Yeah, I understand now. Okay. I think I have to take Touch of the Spirit Realm. It's just really good removal, so I have to take it. I think that was the obvious choice there. Searchlight Companion, these guys are great utility because they are ninjutsu targets, the little flyers that might go by to allow ninjutsu to come out, but they're a little bit late for some of the earlier ninjutsu cards that are strong that we saw. And a lot of them go around late, and you don't want too many of these in your deck, but I like having one at least, I think, and probably, in my assessment, early on. Let's look at the uncommons. Goshintai of Ancient Wars. First strike, 2/2. At the beginning of your end step, you pay 1 generic. When you do, Goshintai of the Ancient Wars deals X damage to target player or planeswalker, where X is the number of shrines you control. What are shrines again? Like, how many shrines are there in this set? Oh, first strikers can do damage and then ninjutsu. Huh. Is this good? Like, I don't know how many shrines I've seen. Blossom Prancer, 5 mana for a 4/4. It has reach. When Blossom Prancer enters the battlefield, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature or enchantment card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. If you didn't put a card into your hand this way, you gain 4 life. So gain 4 life, or you may. This has card draw built in. So 5 mana 4/4 with card draw and reach feels like a pretty damn strong 5-drop. I like that. Green doesn't have a lot of card draw. Asari Captain, a 5 mana 4/3, 2 5-drops here. This guy has haste. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn for each samurai or warrior control. So this one really benefits building a samurai warrior deck. I like that it has haste. Dragonfly suit, flying, white. Moon Circuit Hacker, ninjutsu, very cheap ninjutsu, and whenever it deals combat to a player, damage to a player, you may draw a card, and if you do, discard a card unless it entered the battlefield this turn. So, basically, if you get a successful ninjutsu off, you get card draw. This is a really strong card. This is an incredibly strong 2-drop. That's really strong, especially for a common. A little weak late game, but if you have some synergies that can, like, you know, card draw like this guy, in addition to this, Reckoner Shakedown. I think there's maybe 4 types of shrines. So you mean 4 cards that are shrines, or like types? Types would be different than actual cards. I love the flavor of this card, but I don't love it as a card. Like, Jukai Preserver, whenever it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on it on target creature you control. Then you can also channel, so discard it and put a +1/+1 on up to 2 creatures you control. But that's at instant speed, which is quite effective, right? Channel is instant speed. 1 in each color at uncommon. Oh, so this is bad. This is a bad card then, if they're only in... So it's the 5-color deck strategy. Alright, so I think out of all of these... Oh, Kami's Flare deals 3 damage to target creature, planeswalker. Ah, shit, removal. So... I like this card, but I feel like it's too early to commit to ninjas. It's much too early. We're only a 3rd pick on pack 1. I have to take the Kami's Flare. This is pretty good removal, and it's on color with the black rare that we got. It's not as good as this, but it is on color, and it is removal, and you get card drawback. So that kind of makes up for the fact that it's conditional removal. So while you may need to chump block, or like you may lose a guy, you're not going to be able to you may 2-for-1 yourself. You're getting that rebate card, so maybe it ends up being a 1-for-1, and hopefully a lopsided 1-for-1, because hopefully the guy that you used to deal the damage was just a chump blocker anyway. Let's take it, because I think this is a stronger card objectively, but this is on color with the rare that we got already. I think it's stronger than Moon Circuit Hacker. Oh, Moon Circuit Hacker is good, but I think we'll see more. I think removal's more important. Plus, this is really badass. It's that classic anime slice through while not looking. Alright, so when we were young... Oh, that's cute. Up to 2 target creatures get +2/+2 until end of turn. This costs 4 mana. If you control an artifact or enchantment, those creatures also have lifelink until end of turn. It's the friendship flashback during the anime where the hero gets stronger by remembering their childhood. Love it. Rabbit Battery, equipped creature has +1/+1 in haste, and he can be equipped. He's one of these creatures that turns into equipment, which is really neat, I think. And he's very cheap. I like that. Just makes creatures a little bit bigger and gives them haste. And the fact that this is on the board is always going to make your opponent nervous. The fact that you can turn anything into a haste creature. When Spirited Companion enters the battlefield, draw cards. This guy works in a deck where you want to build up enchantments. He's just card draw, plus he's an enchantment. So he counts towards your number of enchantments, which is a good thing for some decks. Short Circuit Flash and enchant artifact or creature. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +3, -0, and loses flying. Oh yeah, that. This is basically the Paladin's... This is like the Paladin's ability in a card. Pay 2 mana to get a 1/1. And it doesn't cost you a card, basically. Flying Inkrise Infiltrator gets +2/+2 until end of turn. So it's a 1/2 flyer that, for a very large cost late game, maybe a trivial cost, gets to become a 3/4. I'm not sure how late game this set gets. Enchant artifact or creature, as long as it's enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets -1/-1 and can't block. Enchanted permanent. This is pseudo removal, plus it starts doing damage to the opponent. I like this card a little bit, and it can kill. It's kind of a pinging card as well, and there are quite a few cards with 1 health. Ambitious Assault, creatures you control. Okay, I like that this has card draw built in, if you have a modified creature. Peerless Samurai, I like. I do like Menace, but I don't think it's as good as pseudo removal even. Dramatist's Puppet. When Dramatist's Puppet enters the battlefield, for each kind of counter on target permanent, put another counter of that kind on it, or remove 1 from it. Interesting. That's really hard to value that card until I see more of the set. Coiling Stalker is really cool. Oh, maybe it's not. I thought that this was the one with Death Touch. This isn't that good. All right, out of all these, I think I'm taking the Clawing Tournament. It's not perfect removal by any means, but it's pseudo removal, and there are a lot of 1 health creatures in this set. I think that I value it a bit higher in this set than most. This is going around. We already saw one of these so far. It's just really expensive and so conditional. You have to have, yeah, I'm not big on that card. Heiko Yamazaki, the General, Trample, 3/3. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, you may cast target artifact card from your graveyard this turn. Ah, interesting. So playing into that whole samurai attacking alone thing, this is basically raising the dead every time, and it's just whenever they attack. They don't need to get through, and they don't need to survive. That's pretty strong, I feel. Azusa's Many Journeys. So for 2 mana, it's a saga that comes out, and you may play in it. So it's land ramp. You can play an additional land the turn this comes out. So you're also getting a land rebate. If you have enough land in your hand, you're getting a mana rebate on this. You gain 3 life on the next turn, and then it becomes a 3/3 that whenever it's blocked, you can untap 3 lands you control. That's interesting. So you attack. Okay, that's interesting. Hard to value for me, not knowing the set a lot. This has a, whenever 1 or more vehicles you control attack, create a 1/1 colorless pilot creature token with this creature cruise vehicles as though, okay, so you create a pilot. Whenever a vehicle attacks, you get a pilot. Another doggy. Short Circuit, another Clawing Torment. They're not super strong packs we've been opening. Aki Emberkeeper. Whenever a non-token modified creature you control dies, create a 1/1 colorless spirit token. You're getting 1/1 rebates for modified creatures. Searchlight Companions, they will keep going around. I don't want to pick them over. I think I'm going to take the General. I think this is the strongest card in the pack. Strong enough to take it over another pseudo removal. I know we don't have any red yet, but I'm not committing to anything yet. What is red-black synergy in this game? In this set? What is red-black all about? I know blue-black is all about ninjas. I know that red-green is all about modifying creatures. Kumano's Faces, Kakazan. I remember seeing this before. Deals 1 damage to each opponent and each planeswalker they control. When you cast the next turn, when you cast a next creature spell this turn, that creature enters the battlefield with an initial +1/+1 counter. And then this turns into a 2/2 haste. If a creature dealt damage this turn by a source you controlled would die, exile it instead. Yeah, I'm not big on this. Until I see it used against me in an effective way, I'm not huge on that. An enchantment 2/3 creature, a Imperial Subduer. Whenever you can tap target creature you don't, because this would play into my General that I already drafted. It's a samurai that rewards you for single attacking samurais, and it would, since this guy is only powerful if I have samurais in the graveyard. This is something I might want to look at. Thinking about going down that road, maybe. Wanderer's Intervention. Wanderer's Intervention deals 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. Removal. Conditional. Love the art. But you have to wait for them to attack or block. I like that it's attack or block, not just attack. Ninjutsu Rat. Kami of Industry. Whenever it enters the battlefield, return target artifact card with mana of 3 or less to the battlefield. from your graveyard to the battlefield, sacrifice it at the beginning of the next 10 steps. So you get a temporary, I don't like this, it's too slow, and it's like very, very conditional. Commune with spirits, look at the top 4 cards of your library, you may reveal an enchantment on a land card from one and put it in your hand and put the rest on. No, hate that card. Spend this mana only on, nope. Nope, 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 nope. I think that this is the best card here for me. It keeps my options open. No, wait, shit. No, this is the better card. We already took 1 white card, so we're like, yeah, no, I want the removal. That Saga is amazing for only 1 mana. 1 mana, no. Early game, I don't like it. No, I don't like it. I hate it. Sunblade Samurai, Vigilance. Discard Sunblade Samurai. Search your library for a basic plains card. Reveal it. Put it into your hand, then shuffle. So for 2 mana, you can go get a land. You gain 2 life. So it puts it in your graveyard, but you might get it back with this guy. So you're channeling, but the synergy of this is interesting because I could cast him from my black and red both contain solid removal with the NEO format. Sacrifice is the archetype theme, supported by the signpost 2-drop Oni Cult Anvil. Black also contains a decent amount of life gain that can broaden the scope of the black red. Okay, so it's all about sacrificing. Flying, whenever it becomes tapped, you can scry. It's a 1/4 that can like keep you protected from those little 1/1 flyers, which would stop the ninjutsu potentially. Flash enchantment. Enchant artifact, creature, or planeswalker. When it enters the battlefield, tap enchanted permanent of its equipment, unattach it. Oh, this is removal. This is straight up removal for blue. Expensive, but it is. Target player discards 2 cards now. I like this guy. Little monkey that sits on the shoulder does an extra damage as a creature's attack. Heir of the Ancient Fang enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on if you control a modified guy. So he might be a 3/4 when he comes out if you have something modified. I think that I have to take the removal yet again, keeping my options open. I'm not sure where we're going yet. Might be blue-black, could be white-red, could be something else. Like, I almost want to take this, but no, I'm going to take the removal. I love that it's instant speed. Prison removal is not that great in this set. Lots of sacrifices and bounces where it like they can just like sacrifice the creature to get like, but it forces a sacrifice. Bounces is too bad, but I haven't seen a lot of bounces besides ninjutsu. I can't think of a ton of bounces. Anyways, no, I'm going to take this. I'm going to keep my options open. Blue doesn't have a ton of removal. Who knows where we're going yet. Reality Heist. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each artifact you control. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may reveal up to 2 artifact cards from among them and put them in your hand. The rest of them bottom of your library. Very conditional, very expensive. Return to action. Brings back a creature that re-triggers whatever its enters the battlefield effects might be, so that interesting, but I don't think I have any of that yet. Samurai benefits here. This would be white-red is all about the samurais. You can discard and draw cards when samurais attack alone. Aki Warpaint, no. No. Modifications isn't something we're going down right now. There's another dramaticist. I like guys that give their +1/+1 counters away. but let's just grab a samurai just in case we end up going that route and we want to really try to be cool. Here's this another ambusher. Might pick one up. Out of everything here, I think I like the ambusher. Let's get a piece of ninjutsu at least at some point, in case we end up going down the blue-black route and we want to use this guy to his abilities. Kitsune Ace for piloting. We got Cyclable Monk. Some utility from blue. Kind of saves powerful creatures, which could like save this guy if we ended up running blue-black, which would be very annoying if they spent a piece of removal on that. Yeah, let's go with this planar and yeah, like how good is Brute Suit? It's only crew 1 and it's a 4/3. I still can't value these very well. Vehicles, I've yet to see them used super effectively yet. I would only be picking this as utility, so considering that I'm thinking of making a utility pick, I should more think of this guy's utility. I like his utility in that you're getting a card back if you have the mana available to do it. And he's a 2/1. He's not just a 1/1. He's not like nothing. And he's sacrificable. Yeah, I like this little guy. I'd like to pick up one now. And I wouldn't mind getting one of those either right now. Yeah, I'm gonna grab one of these now too. So I know that those bases are kind of covered, the sacrificable artifacts, in case we need to go down that type of a route with our deck. I am very surprised to see this Peerless Samurai come around this late. I think this is a much stronger card than Pick 12. It's not like an insane card, but I think it's much stronger than Pick 12. And these are, yeah, that's an obvious pick there. So we have yet another Samurai, which is nice. Pseudo removal here can kind of like come out and like change the tide of a battle for blue, or one more Searchlight Companion. Let's do that just to, yeah, that's nice to really know we got Searchlight Companions down, because they are very good in a certain deck. I hate Kami of Industry. Ooh, and white-black, some splash option there. All right, next pack. Farewell. 6 mana to cast. It looks very anime, just like When We Were Young card. Looks like a flashback. Choose one or more. Exile all. Oh, it's a Wrath. Exile all artifacts. Exile all creatures. Exile. This is like the ultimate Wrath. Exile all graveyards, all enchantments, all creatures, all artifacts, and you get to choose which. Turn 6 is pretty late. But Wrath is insanely powerful. If I pick this, okay, the downside is to this. So far, like white-red is Samurai, but I get to choose. I could choose not to exile graveyards, which would play into my Peerless Samurai strategy. That's interesting. All right, Mobilizer Mech. Wrath is usually always an auto pick in Limited because it's so, especially a rare, it's so hard to play around. In Constructed, you can play around Wrath. You can like see how a guy's playing and be like, you probably are running this card. I know that that deck runs this card, whatever. In Limited, you don't play around a rare Wrath of God. I say Wrath of God because it was the original card that like said destroy all creatures. So that's what we call this type of card. It's a Wrath. You don't play around it. You would be stupid to play around a rare Wrath, like because like the chances are so low. So that makes this even more effective. It's what I'm picking this, but I just want to see what I'm passing. Draw 3 cards and discard 2 cards unless you discard an artifact card. Mobilize your mag flume and it becomes screwed. Up to 1 target creature you control, a vehicle you control becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. No. And then Runaway Trashbot. I haven't seen this yet. Trample, 0/4. It gets +1/+0 for each artifact or enchantment card in your graveyard. Oh, that's cool. I like the flavor. Ancestral Katana. This goes for samurais. This is big on samurais. Equipped creature gets +1. It's free it's cheap equipping if you're attacking with single samurais. We're passing a good piece of red removal just to take note. All right, so we got a real good bomb white, probably playing white, and so far what we have in white is this piece of conditional removal. So what we want to think of is if we're playing Gomot's saying sometimes you get lucky with that because your opponent plays all artifacts and creatures or all enchantments and you get to a one-sided wrath, like you get to choose, like be surgical with your wrath. It's very interesting because you can really think about, you don't have to just try to play pass a couple turns taking damage to try to get them to build up their board to get the most value out of it. That's interesting, yeah. You can gum up the board with the right creatures, like if you made sure not to play, like if you're playing a samurai deck, it's mostly going to be humans, right? Most samurais aren't going to be artifacts or enchantments. So you could potentially really make it one-sided by choosing to keep creatures, but exiling all artifacts and enchantments. So, anyways, all right, let's look at what we got up here. Twin Shot Sniper, Artifact Creature, Goblin Archer, 4 mana to bring out a 2/3 that has reach, which is something to consider in this set. The Twin Shot Sniper enters the battlefield, deals 2 damage to any target. Oh, that is nice. Channel. Discard him and he deals 2. Oh, I love this guy. Wow. What do we got here? Wait. Tempered in Solitude. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. Nice if we're really going samurais. Oh, here's another samurai. Vigilance. Whenever a samurai warrior controls attacks alone, you may cast target enchantment card from your graveyard this turn. Okay, that's not great. I don't love it. It's conditional to build around this. We don't have a lot of enchantments yet. Green-white decks run almost all enchantment creatures. Red-blue, almost all artifact creatures. So yeah, I'm thinking Twin Shot Sniper because, repel the Vile, exile target creature of power 4 or greater, or exile target enchantment. Oh, that's very versatile in white. Mnemonic Sphere, Saiba Trespassers. So this is discard Mnemonic Sphere, draw a card. Nope. Very big ninjutsu. I had this played against me. God, that was terrifying on turn 4. Bearer of Memory. God damn it. 2 pieces of nice removal. This guy's better than this because he's the deal 2 damage in addition to being a body and reach. He's not a samurai. And he's an artifact. Yeah, okay. Kami of Restless Shadows, return target from your graveyard to your hand, put target creature card from your graveyard. Alright, let's commit. I'd say the bomb white at least puts us into white. And this samurai plus, I'd say we're probably going red-white. So, what do you guys think of this card? Oh, Twin Shot Sniper is excellent with your red samurai legend. Oh shit, yeah. Oh my god, yeah, I wasn't even thinking, because you are... so you may cast him from the graveyard, meaning that when you choose to cast, does that mean he can... You wouldn't be able to use the channel cost, but you'd be able to bring him back and deal 2 damage again. And he's not a warrior, though. Yeah, I think that this guy's the best. I like him. I like how much stuff he has built in. It was tough passing that white utility removal, but Goshintai of Hidden Cruelty, 2/2, Death Touch for 4 mana. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. When you do, destroy target creature with toughness of X, where X is less than the number of shrines you control. Okay, that's a shrine thing. Oh, and this guy is a shrine in the uncommon. This is the black shrine, okay. This red card again deals 1 damage to each opponent for each planeswalker they control. When you cast the next creature spell this turn, that creature enters the battlefield with the next additional +1/+1 counter, and then you get a human shaman enchantment creature with haste. If a creature you control this turn, exile it instead. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. Somebody was saying something about bouncing sagas or something, or Prodigy's prototype. We're not going white-blue, so we're not looking at that. We might grab this dragonfly suit, who knows? We're not going blue. Explosive entry, destroy up to 1 target artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on a target creature. So this is like conditional removal, but that's pretty awesome that it destroys it no matter how tough that creature might be. Not looking at green. Dramaticist Puppet, we see another one of those now. Alright, so it's either for me explosive entry or it's the dragonfly, unless you guys can really convince me that this Kumano faces, like, you guys are saying this is good and I just don't get it. It's artifact for explosive entry, yeah. It destroys up to 1 artifact. So it could be an artifact creature, which could be very good, or just any artifact. I like the utility on this, and because it's a sorcery, unfortunately it's not an instant, so you can't suddenly destroy a piece of equipment attached to a creature and change the tide of a battle. So it is slow. I like the bonus of the +1/+1. It's just like, yeah, if we're playing Samurais 2, this doesn't even play into that strategy. I'm going with the explosive entry. Born to Drive, a white, 3 mana, enchant artifact or creature. As long as the enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +1/+1 for each creature and vehicle you control. Discard it, create 2 colorless pilot tokens. So for 3 mana, we can create 2 1/1s that are able to pilot vehicles quite easily. Not sure if we're going down that route. Covert Technician, whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may put an artifact card. No. White-black, would we consider splashing black for this? Whenever Naomi, it's a legendary human advisor. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, if you control an artifact and an enchantment, create a +2 or up 2/2 white samurai creature token with vigilance. So it does create samurais. We do have some decent black already. Could we go white, black, red? Possibly. And I like that it's whenever it enters the battlefield, and that it's a 4/4 body. Being a late casting cost, the fact that it costs 2 mana makes it much more splashable. Being a later, like if it was a earlier card, then a 2 color wouldn't be as good. So it's like, if you control an artifact and an enchantment, you need an artifact and an enchantment to make that trigger, though. And we have this dual land here, so this may be pick. I wish he was a samurai, but he creates a samurai, which is nice. But he doesn't send a samurai to the graveyard because tokens don't go to the graveyard, so it's not going to play into the Yamazaki. Aki Warpaint, no. Under create a treasure token, activate. Only if a creature died this turn. Enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or vehicle you control. No. Wait, is he samurai? Oh, he is. He's a samurai. Fox Monk. A first strike monk that you get after 2 turns. I like this guy, so I'm gonna take the big boy, the 5-drop. We're thinking of going 3 colors potentially. So let's get rid of our first pick, our blue-black card that we picked up, and we'll also get rid of this blue card here so that we aren't distracted. So we're thinking maybe white, black, red, but at this point it's more likely white, red, but we're gonna see what we pick up in white and red. Discover the impossible, look at the top 5 cards of your library, exile 1 face down and rest on the bottom of your library. Exile the card. No, we don't need to look at blue at all. This comes out easier. Even if you have to hard cast this is pretty good card in limited. Very late game. The fact that it has hexproof while on tap, that takes away a bunch of removal options, including explosive entry cannot destroy this card, because explosive entry is a sorcery and this guy has hexproof while untapped. I mean, it attacks at least once. Explosive entry can get it the turn after it attacks. 3 samurais get created. Is that good? That costs a lot, but... And it doesn't play into this synergy because they don't go to the graveyard. 6 power, 6 toughness for 6 mana. Yeah, it is, like, as far as if we're thinking of late game cards, this plays into our strategy better than this. It doesn't have trample, but, you know, pound for pound, casting cost wise, it has the same power and toughness. Then, if you have a lot of effects that trigger when a single samurai attacks, it's not the biggest deal in the world to send out a 2/2 samurai. And they have vigilance, which is a nice bonus. Here's another samurai, though. This is card draw for whenever samurais attack. I don't think he's worth taking over this one. I wouldn't mind getting one of these. Light the way, put a +1. This lets you bounce your own permanents. You only get to choose one of those. I wish you could choose both. I think you should be able to choose both to make that card better. All right, yeah, let's grab one of these. I don't mind being this late game, being able to create like basically a 6/6 samurai with vigilance late game. I love the Hot Springs card, but no, we're not picking it today. Regent's Authority, 1 white mana instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If it's an enchantment creature or legendary creature, instead, put a +1/+1 counter on it, and it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Oh, so it gets temporary +2/+2 unless it's an enchantment or a legendary, which plays well with samurais. I like this because with samurais, if you're attacking with 1 creature, they don't know that that's because you want to play this. They think that maybe you're just sacrificing a samurai in order to trigger its samurai attack alone ability. So we might grab this. That works really well also with Imperial Oath, I think. It works okay with them. Like, they get to go in as 4/4s maybe. I'm not gonna look at the blue anymore. Let's save some time. Trample Haste. So this comes out, gain control of target creature until end of turn, untap it. This is expensive, but you gain control of a creature temporarily. Then the next turn, all your creatures get +1/+0 until end of turn, and then the next turn it becomes a 3/3 Trample Haste creature. Slow. Also slow. Big. Lots of big beef in these packs coming around right now. Whenever Shrine Steward enters the battlefield, you may search your library for an aura or shrine card, reveal it, and put it in your hand, then shuffle. This goes fetches your shrines. I like this card. I love its cost. I like its utility and versatility. I like that it's slippery. Low casting cost cards are nice. A Menace, 2/3, Spirit. When it attacks, return target creature card with a mana of X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the number of modified creatures you control. So that only will work out if you got modified creatures. not looking at green or blue. Equipment, a creature that turns into equipment. This goes well, equipment goes well with samurais because you want to outfit your samurai when they attack alone. It's a good card. How about this though? Each opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. For 2 turns that happens. So it's like deal 2 damage, gain 2 life. So it's 4 damage for one black mana. Then the next turn, or on the 3rd turn, you get a 2/2 menace and all your vehicles get menace. Interesting. I like the casting cost. And that it deals effectively, it's a 4 damage net. I think I like the equipment more though if we're thinking of going samurais. Because samurais want to attack alone, you want equipment to put on those samurais to make them better. I don't want the ogre, I think, what's this? Gift of Wrath, enchant artifact or creature as long as the enchanted permanent is a creature gets +2/+2 and has menace. I like that for samurais. When it leaves the battlefield, you get a 2/2 spirit token, so you get something back when it leaves so you don't 2-for-1 yourself completely. I don't think we need another Imperial Oath. I think that this might be the better card for outfitting samurai. That's interesting, being able to pump one of your creatures or make them discard a card. Kind of works like this, but doesn't give them menace. More versatility. Oh shit, I might actually like this one. Maybe, because we do keep on picking up okay black cards. I like pumping up samurais, but I like giving samurais menace because that makes them much harder to deal with. Unfavorable trades and whatnot. We need enchantments for the uncommon. Somebody's saying sagas are good because we need enchantments for the uncommon. Which one? This one? That's true. We need enchantments and artifacts to trigger that. And this is an enchantment, this isn't. So maybe I should choose this also right now to have... Oh, I accidentally did it. Okay, good. A 1/2 flyer that becomes a 2/2 helps you trigger ninjutsu if you have it. I don't think we have any unless we consider going back into blue. This equipment that's really good for samurais and triggers well with this as well. Tap target creature. This is a saga that gives flying. That works well with samurais because it lets him fly over when he attacks alone. I like this one though. I want at least one of these for samurais. How can you have a samurai deck without a katana? Kami of the Restless Shadows. Enters the battlefield, choose 1 turn. No. No. This guy is a very scary ninjutsu. Not very splashable though, and we're only thinking about splashing black. I don't think I would ever run this guy. Let's, there's a slight off chance we could end up in blue if we open up a blue bomb. I don't think it's, but like this is a, I don't, I don't like anything in here really. I think all of the cards that care about samurai care about warriors as well. Oh, he's a warrior. Oh, good to note. Okay, thank you. Didn't even think samurais or warriors. I forgot about that whole fact. Thanks for the reminder. I didn't even think of that. We're definitely not going into green. We have nothing in green, but we have red, and we may want to splash blue depending, just because of like, I'm not looking to go for color, but like who knows what's gonna happen, so I'm taking that. It's late pick. This tabled. We're not really doing mechs and samurais yet, but the fact that this just gives... for creatures and artifacts, like that pumps up a single guy. That's not awful, and it plays well with this guy. This plays well with a single attacking samurai in that it gives first strike, but other than that, it costs you a card. It's like pseudo removal, I guess. We don't have a lot. This guy's not a warrior or a samurai. I'm just gonna take the Kindled Fury because we have such little removal so far. I was hoping to pick up more by now. We have some decent cards that we would like to protect, and so Light the Way might be good utility because it can bounce a guy back. All right. Send that right to the sideboard. What do we got for our final pack? A rare black card. So I'm glad we kept our options open. Let's see if he's any good. It's a sorcery, Soul Transfer. Choose one. If you control an artifact or an enchantment, as you cast this spell, you may choose both of these. So one or both if you have an artifact and enchantment, which plays well with this card if we're like trying to do that. So, exile target creature or planeswalker, or both. Return target creature or planeswalker from your graveyard to your hand. So a rebate. You get a creature rebate, so it's potentially a 3-for-1 if you have the right board conditions. 2 black. We were only thinking about splashing black. That makes this much harder to splash. So let's see what else is in here. Sky Blessed Samurai. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each enchantment you control. Flying. 4/4 flyer for 7 mana though. I'm like, if you're and he's a samurai, but you have to have a lot of enchantments, and we don't have a lot of enchantments. But you know, late game, a 4/4 flyer. It is a limited format. How late game will we get? It's hard to tell with this deck. 2 damage to any target and 1 damage to each non-artifact creature target opponent control. Oh, well that's awesome. It's an instant. And it can go face. Okay, I think we're taking Seismic Wave over this just because it's not splashable. And we need to go white. We need to go red. 3 color, and then having this. It is splash. It's another explosive entry. Another you are already dead. Skyblood. Okay. We don't have to look at that. We already have one of these. We don't need 2. Enchant permanent. Enchant permanent can't attack or block or crew vehicles. Its activated abilities. So this yet another one of these. We already have one, right? So this is another piece of removal. Wait, we didn't get one of these? Oh, it's a pacifism. I thought we had one. This one's very similar. This one exiles. This one enchants, which contributes to this guy's enchantments. Having an enchantment on the board. It counts as our enchantment when it's out there. So does this. We will have the artifacts, and I think we will have the enchantments to trigger. I think out of the removal here, I prefer this. Even though this, in the best conditions, gets you 3-for-1, potentially. It's conditional, whereas this is unconditionally... Yeah, I like this. We need removal. It's not like a splash debate here. Crackling Emergence gives you a temporary 3/3, or no, it gives you a 3/3 for 2 mana. We don't want that. Aki Warpaint, we don't want that. Thousand Face Shadow, Ninjutsu 4. When Thousand Face Shadow enters the battlefield from your hand, if it's attacking, create a token that's a copy of another target attacking creature. So when you ninjutsu, you get to clone a creature. And this is flying. Wow. So somebody's not playing blue to our right. Ninjutsu, whenever... See, I would hate pick this if this was a human draft and I knew I was going to have to face the people at my table. If there was nothing in here, and I'm not seeing any removal. Oh, wait. Okay, there's some removal. Expensive. An enchantment creature which contributes to the enchantments on the board. This guy, and he's a samurai. We need to really start to think about our curve, and we need to think about what's... This also helps us have an artifact on the board. Ninjutsu, whenever he deals competition with you, discard a creature when you do destroy a target creature or planeswalker that player controls. This is enchant... Okay. Okay, I think... Oh, I need help. It's just expensive, but it is removal. We need to focus here. Okay, get that guy out of here. Not running this. Look, are we really running black at all? I don't think we are. Do we splash black just for this guy? It's possible we do. It's not the worst thing to splash black for him, but what other black are we running? I don't think he's worth... This might be, but not really. These aren't really worth splashing for, so this guy's the only thing we're splashing for, so I'm going to take him out because we might not run him at all, just to like stop considering him in the whole scheme of things. We don't have a lot of sacrificing stuff, so this guy doesn't have as much synergy, and we don't have a lot of ninjutsu, so this doesn't help us that much either. If we're going strong white, red samurais, this is the stuff we're looking at here, and I feel like that's our best synergetic play. Warriors, samurai. So we have 16 cards, we need 23. And how many creatures? So I'm going to take everything out now that isn't a creature. And I think that's our biggest downside right now, is we don't have enough creatures. We are... Oh, I'm actually getting scared. I don't think I've been paying enough attention to that. Oh, that's a creature, so we can put that in. I think we have to focus now on creatures. That's our creatures, and that's our creature curve, and that's not looking very good. So we have to think about creatures. So we need this 2-drop. And I don't want to grab crewable vehicles when we barely have the creatures to crew them. So yeah, we're grabbing this samurai. It's easy to forget about bodies when you're focusing really hard on just getting the best cards in the pack. Artifact and enchantments in your graveyard make this guy bigger. We do have a decent number of artifacts and enchantments. This guy could end up being not bad. This turns into a 2/4 flyer, and it works well with... It's slow, but it works well with samurais. Can't really be thought of as a body since it's so slow, though, to me. But doesn't look like there's any fucking bodies in here. 3/4 on turn 4. That's not where we need the bodies right now. I would like this a lot more if it cost 3, but instead it costs 4 mana. It's attacking or blocking creature. I think I'm going to take the runaway trash bot. At least he's a blocker early on, a cheapish blocker, and then he gets bigger, right? Yeah, I'm going to take the trash bot for the bodies, plus he's an artifact that sits on the board, potentially. I think we may splash in that black legendary. I'm just not completely committing. I'm going to put it in just to look at it. We don't want vehicles, we want bodies. Oh my god, I'm a little worried. Do we want another generation of, like... Yikes. Alright, well this is removal. We want bodies, but I'm not seeing a lot here. Like, obviously this is bodies, but that's not where we need the bodies. We need them earlier. And I'm just not seeing a lot. So in lieu of early bodies, I am going to get early removal. So at least we're trading out threats early. And that is a nice piece of removal to have for early game. Here we go, here's a body. He's a samurai. And he lets me cycle through my lands when I don't need them, maybe late game. Here's a warrior, a 2/1. Whenever I'm modified, we're not going to have a lot of modified. Here's a Peerless Samurai. This is a choice between the Peerless Samurai and the Goblin Warrior. We have 3 2-drops. I think I prefer the Peerless Samurai because it has Menace. Yes. All right, that's a good body to get. I like that. This just creates a spirit creature that ties up one of your hands. Here's an artifact creature construct. Whenever you discard a card, you may exile that card from your graveyard. If you do, you may play that card this turn. Interesting combined with the Akid Ronin, because if the Ronin's ability triggers, that means that this triggers, which means that you may both draw a card and play the card that you discard in with his ability. And he's a 2-drop body that we might need. Oh, we can, since we're a little bit desperate, we can reconsider putting back in, at least put in the Papercraft Decoy, which is a thing. It is a thing, and it's not a bad body. It's a 2-drop, 2/1 that gives you a card back. Why isn't it letting me? There we go. So it's a 2-drop. It's in there too. So I don't think we'd pick up another one. I would like this if we had 2 Akid Ronins. I don't think that we have a lot of choices here though anyway, so I'm gonna get. Or do we want this to draw into our samurais? This is conditional, whereas this is guaranteed card draw. I'm getting it. We may run 2 Papercraft Decoys. Black-red would help us splash the late game and maybe let us use a bit more of what we took in black, which was utility stuff anyways. Here's a 3/4 body. It destroys artifacts. We don't have a lot that helps us. Well, 2 Papercraft Decoys maybe works okay with the scrapyard. Do we want the dual land or do we want the... I think we're desperate. We need the body, so we're taking this. I don't love it, but... Hotshot Mechanic. It's a white 2/1 pilot. Nah. We might end up desperately running one of these Kami of Industry. It's not the worst card. It's just not like something... Yeah, okay. I'm taking it. Desperate. Need the bodies. But it's not even a warrior. And here's the stuff that tabled. Another decoy. You're already dead. Explosive entry, alright. We may end up getting a Star Fox. Do we have enough bodies to think that a Dragonfly suit is worth it then? It's a crew of 1. It's easy to crew. Everything we have can crew it, obviously. It's a 3/2 flyer. That actually might be worth taking over the Kitsune Ace. The Crackling Ember is a 3/3. And it's an enchantment, which contributes to the enchantment things that we have. What were all those things? slow going when you're just learning the set, guys. I'm thinking either the Crackling Emergence or the Dragonfly suit. If a samurai crew is a vehicle, that doesn't count as attacking, right? The samurai's technically not attacking. All right, I have to run to the bathroom. I'll be back to finish off this draft. Be right back. All right, guys. I think I have to take, out of all this, I have to take the Crackling Emergence. I'm just, I like that, like, I just don't like that a crewed vehicle doesn't work well with samurais, and I don't like that it's conditional upon having an actual creature, and we're lacking, I want creatures, not things that require creatures. I would like one more creature. This kind of is. I like that it gives my samurais flying. I like that it's an aura. Alright, there's not a lot in the pack, so I guess we don't even have a choice. That's going in, and it is technically a creature, even though it's very slow. Probably not going to run this, but we'll take that. Oh, good, we got an extra Aki Ronin. Wait, did I end up picking up the thing that I said I would be happier if I had 2 Aki Ronin to run that? What was that thing again? It was the thing where if you... I didn't pick it up. It was the thing where it says if you sacrifice a thing, you get to exile it, or if you discard a thing, you exile it. You get to cast it. Well, anyways. The bot can have the green card. Black-red, okay. That helps us a bit more too. Alright, we might, because, did we get 2 black-red dual lands? We have a few dual lands. That might help us a lot with the idea of running some of these black cards. Oops. We have a white-black dual land. We have a green-red dual land. So we have 2 dual lands that are going to help us out. Alright, let's start. We already have the creature curve kind of on there to look at. This is not creature. That is. We have 17 creatures here, so that's looking like our creatures. Is there any more up there that we could consider putting in? We don't want to run really less than 17. Would I consider... Is this guy worth splashing a 4th color? No. No. No, he's not, because it requires ninjutsu, so it doesn't matter. Oh, this guy's technically a creature. I took him out, not realizing. So I might take out one of the papercraft decoys and put the centipede in. That's good. If we're running black, and the fact that we picked up that last dual land makes me a little more confident to maybe run I don't know that I want to run this guy though, but I don't mind that because this guy's late game. He's a 2/2, but if he's splashed, it's good to even have him come out late game. Satura Umezawa doesn't require ninjutsu. Top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them into... Whenever you activate a ninjutsu ability. Yes, he does require ninjutsu. He gives every... Is that what you... Have you guys been trying to tell me that? He gives every creature ninjutsu? I was thinking... Oh... I was thinking creatures you have with ninjutsu, their ninjutsu cost suddenly costs 4. I thought it upped the cost of ninjutsu for everything in your hand. Okay, maybe I'll splash him in then. Given that I have the red-blue dual land, is he worth splashing in? For a 4th color? Wait a minute. Okay, the reason we're running white is because of the Wrath. Yeah, that feels clunky. I think he's gonna end up just sitting there doing nothing. Let's look at our other cards here. Let's see here. Let's look at our everything else we got. Let's see what's definitely going into the deck that isn't a creature. We definitely want to run our Wrath that we picked up. The Mega Wrath, the Uber Wrath. We want our removal in here. 5 pieces, hopefully. Maybe 4 pieces of removal. Let's put in 1 explosive entry for now. Let's put in 1 Kami's Flare. Equipment's nice. I could see maybe taking out a creature or 2 and putting in some more equipment and making sure that the creatures we do have survive. Another thing to consider is cards that bring back or protect creatures can be considered a creature in themselves. This guy's also kind of a creature, so let's put him in. It's hard to value some of these cards, like... This is like pseudo removal, conditional. This protects a creature, so like it lets you bounce one of your guys. Potentially some of my best guys come back. Which is like card draw in a way, or like a creature in itself almost. Some removal. You know, I think actually I'm gonna start over with the creatures, and I want to look at my removal. What is the, like, we ended up picking up a lot of pseudo removal, and it's really hard to tell to decide what we're running in that sense. Like, we'll put in the Farewell, but now, out of all the removal we have, I'll toss it all down there. This is pseudo removal as well. Pseudo removal protection. It's like, how much black cards are we gonna run? Are we only splashing black? I don't think these are as valuable. I wouldn't run this one, but maybe this one. Okay, so that's all our removal down there. I didn't include the Kindled Fury or the Light the Way, or the Regent's Authority, which are all pump, so kind of like conditional pseudo removal, but they're not really. So out of all the stuff we have, we're obviously running the Farewell. We need to whittle this down to, at the very most, we're running 7 of these, but we have a piece of equipment we're on. Yeah, I'm deciding how many non-creatures do I think are worth running right now. Like, where's my equipment? I have one piece of equipment. Do I run this as well there? That's it, right? That's the only piece of equipment. And then there aren't any other auras, so that are just auras. Okay. So basically, out of this stuff, we have to whittle this down to, at the very least, has to be down to 7. If we were to run 16 creatures instead of 17. So out of these 9 cards, I need to get rid of 2. And then the third one, I have to say, is it worth being in there over my weakest creature? I like both of these. Even though you guys said there is bounce and there is sacrifice, I still like them. Farewell. Somebody's saying I would not run 2 destroy artifacts. I really love that it gives me a +1/+1 counter on a creature. It is sorcery though, and it's slow. And I like the katana. I like that you draw a card with this, but it's a splash. I'm taking it out. It's a splash, and it requires the creature to take damage first. It requires a chomp, or like we're wanting to avoid our guys dying, if at all possible. Okay, I like these. All right, so now we can decide on our creatures. So out of what remains, we are looking at, the obvious ones are, we're splashing for this guy. We've decided that's worth it. Love the sniper. Not splashing for him. The general's an obvious pick. The ogre I don't love, but he is a warrior, which will trigger attack. Oh, I like that we have 2 Peerless Samurais, which works well with. So they didn't include, when I searched for creature, they didn't include the enchantments that become creatures. So I like this, also this Gift of Wrath, because of we have to remember that the 2 Peerless Samurai really means that pumping up our creatures is a good thing. So Gift of Wrath is good. The Aki Ronin plays well into like later in the game, helping us get rid of lands we don't need. So we're running 2 of him, and he's a decent 2-drop. Will there be a lot of enchantments and artifacts in the graveyard? I think that the Trash Bot is a good blocker and could potentially. Oh, I like this guy as an early 2-drop and plays well with the Aki Ronins and the early Samurais to give us some game. The Trash Bot could be good. It prevents ninjutsu, like it can keep ninjutsu from triggering early game too. Is there any Kami of Industry synergies that I'm not seeing? And I'm going to run the Centipede, so that's the one other black card we're running. And I think it's worth it. And it justifies the black mana that we're putting in there just for Naomi of the Pillar of Order. So we need 6 more cards. I think we need this body from the Scrapyard Steelbreaker, but I'm gonna put it in last. Can we get away with the Crackling Emergence being a 3/3? The Befriending Moth giving us +1/+1 to our samurais and becoming a creature later. This is only 1 more mana than this. The 3/6 better than the 3/4. This sacrifices artifacts that we don't have a lot to go around. That's not the strategy of this deck. It's really aggressive. Maybe it is worth putting in a Kami of Industry, and it will bring back, sometimes it will trigger bringing back like the Chainflail Centipede for a turn, or it would be nice to bring back a Searchlight Companion for a turn, because they will give you a spirit creature token that doesn't leave at the end of battle. And also, I didn't even think, Kami of Industry brings back Twin Shot Sniper. Which will do 2 damage. I'm still not huge on Unstoppable Ogre. We don't need Searchlight Companions because we're not running Ninjutsu. I think I would rather run the Trash Bot over Searchlight Companion. Yeah, I'm valuing Kami of Industry a little higher because of the Twin Shot Sniper. And do we have anything else that would trigger well with that? I think that's it. But Twin Shot Sniper would be huge, bringing him out to get him an extra 2 damage. Yeah, I mean, Unstoppable Ogre in an aggro deck is good, but it's so weird that he doesn't have haste. It just seems weird for his flavor. I think maybe a couple Paper Draft Decoys, just because they let us draw into... I mean, we're really heavy on 2-drops, but I do like that he lets us draw into what we really are getting at, and that's our samurais. So he's a temporary body to kind of like maybe stop ninjutsus, trade for ninjutsus early, and then I'm running at least 1, and then we're going to keep on thinking about that. I think the Trash Bot's worth running. Would I run another Kami of Industry? Ugh. I don't love it. I guess if we run the Papercraft Decoy... What if we ran 2 Papercraft Decoys and 2 Kami of Industry, making 2 Kami of Industry make more sense because he's triggering these guys? Yeah, fuck it. We need to get rid of a card then. I'm gonna get rid of the Trash Bot then. No, I'm not. Because he just got more powerful because of the Papercraft. Who do I get rid of? Who was I lukewarm on out of everything here? Crackling Emergence? It makes him more powerful though. The Chainflail, yeah, I don't like that the Crackling Emergence ties up one of my lands. And we're also going to be a little bit slower with our lands because we ended up going with 2 dual lands, which come into the battlefield tapped, right? All right. Ugh, I didn't think about these 2 cards here. And the Imperial Oath. We have to run that. We can't run 2 Kami of Industry. That's crazy. I wasn't even thinking about these cards up here that we hadn't put in yet. Because Imperial, we want to run Regent's Authority. he's going to allow us to be bold with our samurai and attack when we want, knowing full well they'll survive. Taking out one of the papercraft decoys. Okay, I like this better. I was a little nervous about running 2 Kami of Industries, just is expensive and... Ugh, this is tough, but yeah, I think I know, I like what we have here. 2 dual lands, and then we'll let them suggest the rest. I may reconsider what we have in the deck after this, but there's our land loadout, 2 swamps, 7 white. All right, let's play. Did I miss anything that you guys could notice? Oh, thank you, Untouchable. Kami of Industry can't target the twin shot sniper, needs to be 3 or less. And he's 4. Holy shit, thank you. That's one of those things I'd find out mid-battle. All right, Kami of Industry gets taken out completely then. Fuck it, I don't care if he's a body. I want to protect the guys that are out there. I would almost rather run the 4-1 warrior or run another papercraft decoy to draw into my warriors, or just run a Light the Way to protect my really strong cards. I'm gonna run Light the Way. Light the Way will be a surprise card that sometimes makes a guy survive that shouldn't have, and could potentially save a guy. Do I have enough? Iffy-ish. I could consider swapping out the Light the Way for another papercraft decoy. We'll see. Let's think about it. Our opening hand has no creatures, but it has early removal, 2 pieces of early removal, and it has all 3 colors that we need, so we're keeping this. We got to stop the early game, and we have 2 pieces that can stop the early game. And I didn't even remember that this comes with the bonus of getting an extra life. All right, so he's playing black. I got to turn down the audio. Is the audio too loud for you guys? I just turned it down in the studio for me. This gives him life twice. And then it's going to become a 2/2 Rat Rogue that gives all vehicles menace. It also will have menace itself. Oh, we got both our dual lands. I don't want to play that dual land now, though, I don't think, because I want to have the ability to use my mana next turn to use one of my removal if I need to before the end of turn. And we don't have any answer to that. So I'm taking it out right now with Kami's Flare. Mostly because I'm afraid of ninjutsu. Can't let that go unanswered. All right, we got a 2/2 body on the board now, which next turn can attack as a 3/1. He's got a menace creature that I'm gonna want to hit with Wanderer's Intervention when it attacks. And I'll block the Virus Beetle maybe. I have to discard a card. This seems crazy, but Imperial Oath is useless if I discard the land. This is gonna take forever to get to casting Imperial Oath, so. Yeah. That sucks. Man, that's kind of powerful. I'm not going to play my Moth right now. I'm afraid of ninjutsu, so I'm preparing no attacks. I'm going to block the beetle, and I'm going to shoot the rogue with my Wanderer's Intervention. He's got 4 cards in hand. We want late game, remember, because we have a Wrath. Now he has a Death Touch Shrine out at the beginning of your end step. You may pay 1 if you do destroy target creature with. So he can kill, as long as he has that 1 shrine, he can kill anything that is we got our Wrath. We need 1 more mana to cast it. I'm just gonna but I don't want to attack. Could he have ninjutsu? Oh, I didn't even realize he becomes a 5/3. Oh, that's worth attacking. I didn't even think of that. That's what I was afraid of, but let's hope for a mana, guys, and we could wipe out everything that's not an artifact. We can just get rid of all creatures. So I'm not going to play this because we're looking for him to overplay and we're hoping to draw into... He's probably going to make you discard? How? Oh, he's going to bring that back out. Oh, so we... fuck me! I didn't even think of that. So we're praying to get a land. So we're gonna have to... That sucks ass. If you name creatures when you have the centipede out, it as a creature gets exiled. Yeah, I know. Okay, he's out of momentum. We can stay in this if we draw a land. Oh, thank God. Why'd that have to come in now? Fuck. Like, if that had stayed away just for one more turn, we'd be in a very good situation. So here's the question. Do I take 3 damage to the face to hope that he plays 1 more creature? And, like, chump block for 5, so I'll take 3 damage to the face and hope he plays 1 more creature, overplays his hand, knowing that it would be crazy to play around a rare Wrath. I think that's what we do, to really just hope. Okay, we get to exile his enchantment too. Fuck! Fuck! And that's game. Because if I discard a card now, I lose my farewell. That's like the worst possible thing that could happen. We didn't get to... I stand by my decision. I think it was worth him overplaying, because if that was anything else, if that was a creature, like, we win... We don't win. We suddenly are back in the game with him with 12 health and us having board control. That was fucking shitty. Removal ends the game there, but yeah, I guess. I don't fucking... whatever. His discard game was pretty hardcore. That beetle is a huge card for the... And I think I've seen that beetle, despite being common, once in the drafts. The beetle is massive in ninjutsu decks. As a ninjutsu target, insane as a ninjutsu target. We have no red. I'm keeping this. We'll get red. How's that? I've never seen it. Oh wait, I have. Flying. Artifact spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. I'd like to kill that now. It feels like I'm just constantly catching up with everybody I play, even though I've curved really low. Wow. I'm getting an eye twitch. Like, I have to deal with the flyer. I have no choice but to deal with the flyer. I gotta get a hold of this game. At least that has Defender. At the beginning of your end step, return it to its owner's hand. I love that card. I love playing it. We gotta get a Defender out there now to deal with that. I'll be coming back next turn. This will defend against the 2/2 that's coming back next turn. He chose to get rid of him, because I guess he's not worth it anymore. Let's hope this guy runs out of gas. He had pretty much the dream rollout for his aggro deck, it seems. The legend rule doesn't apply to permanents you control. Each legendary creature you control gets +1/+1. Each non-token creature you control gets +1/+1 for each other creature you control with the same name as that creature. Why did that get to go through? Without getting blocked? What? I didn't get to declare block. Oh, because I attacked. Wait, what? Oh, he disrupted me. Oh. Oh, he gets to do that one time. All right. Just trying to get control of this game, hoping he runs out of gas while I do it. He'll be pinging me for 1 damage every turn. Wow, he has a lot of flyers. And I don't have a lot of flying defense. This is my one flying defense, and it's 2 turns too slow. I think I have to go aggressive in response is my only chance here. Do I want to discard a card to draw a card? I'm gonna get rid of the only card I can't cast right now. And now I can cast it, but it's too late. All right, this is good. And he has no surprises, so I am taking out... Wow, I wasn't expecting this gift. I'm surprised. And he's out of gas. Oh, I got lucky. I think that was a bad play. I don't know what to say. Like, I mean, thank you. I was expecting just to let it go face. He has 20 health. I thought like my only chance right now is basically racing and trying to go aggro to counter his... He gets to look at the top 7 cards in his library, choose 2 up to... He was able to get his ninjutsu. You search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it in your hand, sacrifice it, put a +1/+1 on target creature. This won't do anything. This isn't as good as I thought it was. To trigger that doesn't matter to me right now. This is not an enchantment, so this will not trigger right now. I think I need the blockers on the ground. Wow, I've just been a mana short of doing my full abilities every turn. I just need to block right now. Need more blockers. It sucks, I've just, yeah, constantly been... If I'm lucky, would I like to get rid of something in my hand? I don't want to get rid of anything in my hand right now, so no attacks, I need the blockers. I didn't even consider this guy's trample, which does add to his abilities. That's nice. Trample. Lots of flyers. Boy, I wish we could have this 2/4 flyer just instantly. I wish there was a cost to recycle and get right to the Imperial Moth, like right now. Take another 3-face. At least we're defending on the ground. I'm looking to top deck my Wrath, but I'll still need one more land to do it, to cast it. He gets to scry now. really need to stop those flyers. Okay, can't block it, so that's not a big deal. I do have that, I forgot about that, so. 4, 3, I'm not gonna actually, doesn't matter. 3 to the face every turn sucks, but. Wow. Oh, it's not a samurai, so it didn't get to trigger this. I didn't even think of that. So now we're taking 4 to the face each turn with no damage industry. Beautiful. I don't think he has nothing but artifacts. He has lots of things that aren't artifacts. Oh, these are artifact creatures. Oh, yeah. Blue creatures are basically all... Okay. We need farewell. And now we can't cast Farewell because I don't think we have any chance here. Like it doesn't matter because we'd have to, we're paying 1, right? Wait, we don't pay 1. So there's a chance we get Farewell still. Conceding. 2 really bad games. I don't think this deck is this bad. I just feel like I'm playing on my heels every single time. Like I have a very low cast. My eye is constantly twitching. Is Magic any good for me? Is this bad for me? Like my eye is just fucking twitching like crazy. I'm so fucking like annoyed. This deck curves really low, and yet we're just constantly on our heels. Everybody's curving, like either curving lower than I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I'm stressed out. Yeah, that's what I mean when I say my eyes twitching. I'm stressed out by this. The games haven't been fun. I've never felt like I've ever been at all in control, or even close to being able to use options that I built into the deck to answer threats. I don't know if that's the nature, like if I'm not building the right type of deck for this set or what's happening. This is a horrible opening hand. The Papercraft Decoy at least lets us, okay, no, I'll keep it. Papercraft Decoy lets us get to maybe something else, so that's like a free. Too much land, but at least Papercraft Decoy might let us get there quicker. I'm 2 rounds into the draft, 1 more loss, and I'm done. After all that time drafting. The set's been out for 2 weeks. I drafted the day that Arena was available. Quick Draft Arena anyways. given, I did not study the set spoiler. There's half the cards in the set I don't even know. The fact is, I think I've been making good draft picks, reasonably good draft picks. Oh. Lost my frog and I don't get to... I have to discard 2 cards. So he 2-for-1'd me, but one of them was a land. So this came out because of the saga. And then he's got the shrine out. Worth this. Yes, this is a good combo. He has to block with both if he wants to stop this guy. And considering the death touch, oh, I was surprised he didn't want to do it. Considering he's down to 7 health now, I thought he'd want to block. Just out of desperation, because then the board, without him knowing that I have this, if he blocks, he trades these 2 for these 2. Like, I mean, that seems like an odd choice. Considering he has 5 cards in hand, I have 2. The right choice was doing this. You can't absolutely know I'm gonna have this, which I would have used to take that out, and then this guy wouldn't die, but still. That was a very odd choice, considering his health. He wants to kill the 2/1 because he gets to do that once per turn at the beginning of the end step. Yeah. Not if he attacks with it though. What? I have no idea what just happened. He just exiled 4 black cards from his hand to do that? What the hell? He did? He decided that it was worth doing that. Where's all his cards then? Oh, he played this, that. He's still card short here. Did he have a land? Anyways. Suddenly, sorry, how did my little guy die? But the saga hadn't triggered at the end of turn. It wasn't the end of turn yet. How'd the little guy... It's at the beginning of your end step. We were still in the attack phase and my little guy was gone. Because, the saga, not the shrine. I was reading shrine. And he gained life, which was that was the biggest part of that whole thing. This is a spirit once again. Like, I'm just getting a really bad synergy. Like, I have yet to fucking draw into my fucking awesome red samurai that I draft. I should have kept the land because I have actually, but nothing to trigger him. I'm done. This is stupid. I don't give a shit. I might have been able to win. I'm done with this deck. I hate this deck. Terrible. And I'm on tilt. I need a different deck. This deck is shit. Oh, 03. As you guys saw, I did much better with my first look at first look at the vampire deck. The vampire set was out for months, and my first look at it, I went like, my first time went 4 wins, despite the set having been out for 2 months and I'd never seen it before. Like, so that's not an excuse completely. The fact this has been out for 2 weeks. The deck wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't a great deck, but it wasn't that bad. Not 03. So this got played against me at the end, which basically turned his whole game around. We never ended up even getting to use our Wrath once, either. Fuck. Alright. As an additional cost to cast the spell, you may exile any number of black cards from your hand. The spell costs 2 less to cast for each card exiled this way. March deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker. You gain X life. I'm just so fucking pissed we didn't get to play that deck. I didn't get to use the Wrath once. I had a choice, but I chose to make the gamble that I could like turn the board advantage much harder in my favor. 4 uncommons in this? Anyways, why do I have 4 uncommons? So removal. Enters the battlefield, exile top card of your library. Until end of turn, you may play that card. Sacrifice it. Create samurais. Twisted Embrace, enchant artifact or creature you control. When Twisted Embrace enters the battlefield, destroy target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. Interesting. It's an interesting piece of removal. Kami of Terrible Secret. So this basically goes on one of your creatures. It becomes like, they become linked almost, and so this is like a pacifism, but it plays on your creature. So if your creature's removed, then that creature comes back that you targeted. It targets, artifacts or creatures. Kami of Terrible Secrets enters the battlefield. If you control an artifact and an enchantment, you draw a card and you gain 1 life. Clawing Torment, we've seen that a few times. Ward 2/1 equipped creature has +2/+1 and has Ward 2. Oni Cult Anvil. Whenever one or more artifacts you control leave the battlefield during your turn, create a 1/1 colorless artifact token. Sacrifice an artifact. It deals 1 damage to each opponent. You gain 1 life. So that kind of like compounds itself over time. Like, so this is a pinger. You have to sacrifice the first one, but after that you get a rebate of a 1/1 that you can keep on sacrificing. So you're pinging once per turn and gaining life. In this set, that seems really good. I've seen so many pingable targets. Roaring Earth. Whenever land enters the battlefield under... Oh, we saw this. We passed this earlier. I don't like that it can be answered with a instant removing the target for the channel ability, potentially costing you a lot of mana and then having no target. I do like its normal ability though, just being on the board. Behold the Unspeakable, flying we saw this before. Creatures you don't control get -2, so it basically like slows down them for a turn till the next turn. Everybody's weaker on their side. If you have 1 or fewer cards in your hand, draw 4 cards. Otherwise, draw 2 cards. Then the final ability gives you a flying trample spirit. Vision of the Unspeakable gets +1/+1 for each card in your hand. This is the best card here. I like this one. Because you're getting to, it's card draw, slows down the game, which blue typically likes, and then an awesome creature coming later, so long as you had enough cards in your hand to make it trigger that good enough. At its worst, it's going to be like probably a 2/2, but it could be a 4/4 likely, maybe-ish. I like that it's like the only really pickable blue card in this pack, so we're signaling well. We're sending good red and black. What is white-blue is, if we went into white-blue, is like mechs, kind of, technology, pilots. Goshintai of Ancient Wars, first strike, enchantment, this is a shrine. Beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. When you do, it deals X damage to target creature planeswalker, where X is the number of shrines you control. So this also is a pinging card that pings over and over every turn for 1 mana, just like that anvil we just passed. I like Moon Circuit Hacker. Now I'm just going by art to try to move our draft along. I'm not going to explain every card or try to read every card. I kind of know what they do now. A 1/1 flyer that can tap creatures to slow down the game. If we're doing long game, that's pretty cool. Long game plays well with the mechs, I feel. Like, you got mechs to power up, slow down the board with guys like this. I do like this guy for card draw. And he comes with modifying a creature, which is nice. This is removal unless it's removed. It doesn't exile. Oh, it does exile, but it comes back if they get rid of this. That's not good. Let's see. This is a weak pack, but this is the removal. I'm going to take it. Very weak pack. Let's see here. Here's the Aki that destroy up to one target artifact, enchantment, or tapped creature. Then, if you control an artifact and an enchantment, create a 2/2 samurai token. So, wow. That's a nice piece of removal. That's a real nice piece of removal. And the bonus, if you have an artifact and enchantment, is awesome. That the bonus is just bonus. Like I would absolutely cast this without getting the 2/2 samurai, but with the bonus, that's really nice gravy. That's what makes this card uncommon instead of common. But, I mean, no, it would be uncommon no matter what. Yeah, that's good. Exile target creature an opponent controls of mana 4 or greater. Okay, this is also removal. And then what are its bonuses? Each player gains control of all permanents they own, so this negates things like this. Huh? Is that what that means? What does that target? It just negates mind control effects. Okay, that's not... I haven't seen much that would do good for. Exile this saga, return it, and then it comes back as a draw card when it dies. Very, very slow card draw. Defender 1/3. It's not even flying. I'm not big on that. A 2-drop that ramps your artifacts. That was scary when we faced that guy. When we faced that guy, he basically had the dream rollout for his deck, I feel. Which also makes that upsetting. We're in blue-white, maybe, so maybe Mex is going to be cool. Who knows? I think out of everything I'm looking at here, just a 3/5, except with a channel cost of, yeah, no. I think a counterspell. I don't typically like playing counterspells, especially in limited. What do you, yeah, I think I have to take the banishing slash. Okay. A human samurai, legendary human samurai, 3 mana for a 3/2 vigilance. Whenever a samurai warrior you control attacks alone, you may cast a target enchantment card from your graveyard this turn. Oh, we could bring back our sagas and our, oh yeah, that's nice, because this is an enchantment. Okay, if it was gone, that seems good with what we've already drafted. I'm not trying to like go hard into the colors we've already gotten, but that just seems like a strong card. You may play a land, an additional land, gain 3 life, then it comes back as a 3/3. No. We got the Star Fox, the 6/6 Sentinel. That's a scary card, the 2-for-1, but not as good if they discard land. Yeah, I think we're gonna take that Samurai. I like that she plays well with the, you can also channel Touch the Spirit Realm and bring it back later as removal. Yeah, so like if we already had her in our hand and we knew that this was going to trigger, we could channel this first, then attack with a Samurai and bring it back, which would be cool. Gets rid of one of theirs just for a turn by channeling. Anyways, this thing, 3/3 defender, mills their cards and then puts cards from graveyards onto the bottom of the owner's library. That's nice utility depending on the cards that are in the graveyard. I don't know what cards really synergize with that in this set though. I like the centipede a lot, but we're not in black yet, but it's too early to really be in anything yet. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. It gets an additional -1/-1 until end of turn for each modified card. Oh, this is good removal. We don't know if we're going into black, but we might. And that's good removal, so I'm taking it. I want to keep my options open in this first pack. A black saga. Each opponent sacrifices a creature unless they discard a card, which is what came out, which was the top deck my opponent got that made me fucking... Oy. Anyways. Exile this and it comes back as a 0/4 menace with plus power for creature cards in the defending player's graveyard. So maybe it'll be a 2/4 if the first two things went off okay. It's pretty good. Oh, Circuit Mender. The discarding built into Circuit Mender. Good if we're gonna go blue, black, and do ninjutsu. Gives us some life. Oh, this is the opposite of the one that makes the guy discard. I was thinking of the discard. I like that he gives you stuff. He's a 2/3, lets you draw a card when he dies. Let's see. What is the best card here? Point me a little bit. My brain is scrambled. What would you... I'd be happy to have 4 Circuit Menders. You think they're that good? Getting automatic card draw back is nice. Saga is a 3-for-1? It is. It is a 3-for-1 when you put it that way. It is, because you're getting a card, you're getting a creature, and you're taking out 2 of theirs. It might end up just getting a land out of their hand. Circuit Mender does go in every deck. I don't know... I like that it plays well with... I don't know that, like, Samurai, it plays well with her. We want to run Unspeakable too, though. I like the versatility of Circuit Mender, and I like Untouchable's sales pitch on it. This is scary. I'm taking that one. I had it used against me and it was terrifying. My eye twitched just thinking about it again. Menace. Whenever it attacks, return target creature card with mana X or value or less from graveyard to battlefield, where X is the number of modified creatures you control. I would need modified creatures to make that work. And I'm not sure I will get them. Bronze Cudgels is great for Samurai decks. This one brings back ninjas and rogues when it comes out. Or, it can like bring back anything, even if you don't have a ninja or rogue, because it just puts it on top of your library. That's kind of nice. And it itself is a spirit. Iron Apprentice... I like Iron Apprentice. Don't love him. I think this guy is pretty cool, only if I get mods. Terrarium does go for 3 color. I just, I hate slowness. I hate slowness. This one's faster at getting stuff back, but only if we end up with modifications, whereas... I like this one. Versatility. This gets us the modifications. Menace. Nah, I'm taking that. It's Menace. Menace is really good. A ninjutsu, or over here we got a blue saga and a short circuit. Blue saga says draw a card, then discard a card twice. We get to do that. And then we get a 2/3 flyer. Very slow. Not a horrible. This is scary. My god, is this a scary card? When it comes out for 4, a 5/5 for 4, and it's already attacking. A 5/5 haste basically on turn 4 if you're able to ninjutsu properly. We've got a few good black cards already. I'm gonna take this guy. Yeah, I'm not sure what you played on turn 3. You can get a 4th land and play a 2-drop. Yeah. Nah. Wow. Wow. What? Why did both of these table? Neither of these is a pick 9. All right. Taking the anvil. I'll take the bot because it's card draw and it's versatile. Like it fits in everything. We don't know that we're going into white. I'm not sure that that's even worth it. Yeah, I'm just gonna take the bot. Expensive, slow, but it is card draw. We might end up doing some sacrificing. I'm gonna get the papercraft decoy just in case we end up going the sacrificing red-black route. Kami of Industry or the Futurist Sentinel. We did get a decent blue card so far, and I wouldn't mind having one more just in case we end up building that out. Yeah. Wait, what's this? Draw 3 cards and discard. Oh, I'm gonna get the card draw actually. We might end up doing something along those lines. Dual land red-black. We have that anvil. That might, oh, that's a pretty good card to go pick 14. A 4/5 for 4. It has to, you have to put it on your land, but it has vigilance and haste. That's just pretty cool. What do we got here? A white land that can be channeled. It deals 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. The ability costs 1 less to activate for each legendary creature you control. So it's basically a more expensive version of that card that we had earlier that costs 2 mana to deal 4 damage to attacking or blocking creature, or you can play it as land, which I would never ever fucking do. Or we can get another anvil. Enormous Energy Blade. Equipped creature gets 4/0. Whenever Enormous Energy Blade becomes attached to a creature, tap that creature. Oh, that's interesting. So you'd want to play it after that creature maybe attacked or something like that for the maximum value. Another Vision of the Unspeakable. Oh, this is a tough decision. Another Anvil or another Vision of the Unspeakable? We got a Puzzle Maker, Golden Tail. Alright, get rid of the green card. We have a Thirst for Knowledge. We have decent piece of white removal, decent piece of black removal. Pretty cool white creature that brings back enchantments. another piece of white. We have to consider being in white here with 2 pieces of white removal plus this very solid card. Do we want to go? We are really at a point where we have to make some tough decisions. I think I want another Vision of the Unspeakable. Play the slow game. Slow the game down. I like that it comes out on turn 5, but like flying, it really commits us to blue. And then we'd be thinking either blue-black or blue-white, and we're not sure yet. We probably wouldn't be running the anvil. It's just with the anvil, with this, we don't really, like, the stuff that we got in black so far isn't as strong as the stuff we got in white. And I don't think that white plays as well with black as it does with blue. Yeah, I'm taking another Unspeakable. I'm gonna commit to blue, I think. And we're not gonna look at black-green. Whenever acquisition, oh, this is reconfigurable equipment that lets you draw cards. That's awesome, for flyers especially, in blue. I'm thinking we're blue-white. The modern age, this is a flyer, a reconfigurable equipment that gives guys ward. You can save a guy for 3 with this. Effectively for 3 mana counters a piece of removal in the right situation. I like that this guy is both a body and a configurable equipment that lets you card draw. I do have the red-black land, which would make anvils splashable, you mean, with a black-blue deck? We'll see how things go. I'm gonna take this card drawing body reconfigurable equipment guy. We got white-black. This guy that I love, but we're not going that hard, I think, into red. We would only be splashing. White-black land. Card drawn black. I want more bodies. Pseudo removal that also lets you draw a card. I like that. This is a control strategy, which we're kind of wanting to do if we're doing Behold the Unspeakable. So I like Suit Up in what we've gotten so far, and that's what I think I'm gonna pick. I like that this lets you sit back. Did we already get that piece of... We didn't end up getting that... that Colossus. Yeah, I'm taking the Suit Up. I like that it lets you sit back with creatures. I like the card draw that's built into it. You think Modern Age better? Oh, I forgot about the card draw. You get 2/3 flyers out of it. This is more conditional. This is card draw essentially twice. Yeah, I forgot about the card draw effect. I wasn't reading it. I was thinking about the 2/3 flyer 3 turns later. It's also slow, but this will probably table. Both of these are probably going to table, honestly. So I don't think we have to really split hairs about it. I bet you one will. Network Disruptor. All right, so we're looking at white, black, and I'm not seeing a lot more white coming around. Oh, okay. Huh. What does black-blue do? Black-blue is like what? And what is white? White-blue is mechs and pilots, whereas black-blue is what? This guy's scary even when he only has 1 shrine out. Because he can ping. And there's a lot of pingable guys in this set. Circuit Hacker. We didn't pick one up yet. Ninjutsu. I don't know how many ninjutsu targets we have. Lots of blue coming around. I think I chose the right. Black, blue is ninjas. Oh yes, of course. Black, blue, ninjutsu, rats, and stuff like that. He has Death Touch, which shouldn't be discounted. He's also removal in a way. Mini Wrath. And so far we don't have any, we have only one creature that gets? Oh. This is a tough pack. Like, this is good. This is good. This'll table, doesn't matter. Ninjutsu target. Good, but probably not as good as the two uncommons. So if we choose one of these two, we're kind of like, we're passing this and maybe getting away from white now. The 2/2 body on turn are 3. What do you guys like better on there? Crab is counter early on? Are you thinking I shouldn't discount this completely? Ward 3. And it can counterspell. That is versatility for sure. And it doesn't commit us to black as much. I still would like to keep my options open for white. Yeah, sure. That's a counterspell. Counterspells aren't bad. And I said we're playing the long game, right? Which means counterspells. Yet another counterspell. Does control work in this set? Suit up again. The Moth card, I'm not a huge fan of. Especially for control. I don't know. Maybe it is good for control because you're flying over them. An artifact enchant, or an artifact removal here. This plays into the Unforgiving one. It allows us to modify a creature. I'm gonna counterspell creature spell. Yeah, I'm gonna get that. Still not sure where I'm going. Probably not going even with the dual lane. I don't know that I'm picking this up. It kind of is built into itself, at least, what it gets to do. Should I be looking at vehicles at this point? Lots of blue going around. Blue is like very open. I'm gonna get another counterspell. We're going really hard control, guys. So control does play better with black typically. But there seems to be, it's hard to tell. I don't like playing control, but I think that may be what I'm doing here. Ninja rogues come back or creature cards come back when you play this guy. Card draw if you have artifacts and enchantments. What's this one? Flash, 4 mana, enchant artifact, creature, planeswalker. When it enters the battlefield, tap the enchant. Oh, this is removal in blue. Yeah, we're grabbing that too. So we're going hard into blue. We really still don't know between black and white what we're grabbing. I'm just gonna take the anvil out to stop being distracted by it. This guy tabled, I was right? No, this isn't a table pack. Yep. Our flyers will come out slowly, and we'll draw into options. This slows down the game as a 1/4, and it lets us scry when it becomes tapped, which is nice. The anvil tabled. What the fuck? I'm picking up the puzzle maker because it slows down the game, and it also has the scrying built in and stuff. This tabled. Another counter spell with late game body if it gets cast like that. I don't want to go mono blue, but I'm gonna take out everything that isn't blue right now, just to focus on what's happening here with my blue deck. It's a very control-heavy deck, so we want stuff that plays into that, which is slowing down the early game. This beefs up flyers, which makes them more powerful flyers that we will have some of, but I'm thinking of picking up another Mirror Shell Crab then. We're going to be sitting back and trying to counter everything they throw down, but we will need some sort of early bodies like this to block the early game as well. We need more cards that we can play after leaving. We're going to be leaving, this has flash, so we're going to be leaving mana open a lot. We're going to be leaving mana open a lot in order to have the mana to cast counterspells, so we want cards that let us, at the end of a turn, if there was no mana, if we didn't end up spending our open mana, that we get to cast for anyways. So we're looking for creatures with flash, we're looking for channel cards that allow us to pay the cost at the end of our opponent's turn. Sacrifice it, draw 2 cards, or channel it and draw a card. Yeah, sure. We're not going into red. These are weird cards to come around late. Are we going mono blue? What? So... this slows down the game. This might be what we want. For 4 mana, if we've left open our mana for counterspells, and then at the end of the turn, we can play this. It costs a card, but they lose a defender and attacker for a full rotation of their turn. Yeah. We might be able to go mono blue based on the options we picked up. This is only pack 2. All right, we just opened up a pack with Abandoned Mire, another legendary land. You discard it to mill 3 cards, then return a creature or planeswalker from your graveyard to your hand. This ability costs 1 less to activate. This is like probably something people pick if they do a lot of constructed. Another Banishing Slash. We could go white-blue. If we went white-blue then, we would be going like this. We would be using Banishing Slashes to deal with stuff that we didn't counter. And that works well with the poet. And that, yeah, we're going white-black, or white-blue. Which means we're looking for a late game. We have a late game. Mirror Shell Crabs. Behold the Unspeakable. Yeah, we've got a pretty good strategy here. I don't like that Banishing Slash is 2 white mana. But I'm taking it because we did already have some strong white cards, and I really like how the poet works with our other stuff. I shouldn't overvalue that though, because it's very slow, and by that time it might be a win more card. This goes and gets shrines. 5 mana. It's like card draw built into a creature, but it's kind of expensive. We don't need to look at red cards right now. We don't have any vehicles. A first striking monk when this comes back. This guy just lets us have a 1/1 body out there, maybe stops some ninjutsu from happening early. Two, 3, 4. This is an early blocker, which might be good. This guy's Death Touch if you have an artifact. This is a tough pack to decide on. White cards. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the early blockers. We're doing control. Let's focus. Did we not? We didn't pick up the Circuit Mender earlier. This guy slows down the game if we want to pepper in white. He's a flyer and he can like slow things down. He's a very expensive way to do it though. Oh, and then there's this again. Oh god, man, we might just be able to go mono blue. And it's flash, meaning that like we can leave mana open. Yeah, okay, we're going mono blue. Wow, didn't expect that today. This is something I never do. Jesus, yeah, this is pretty good stuff. Blue was very open. This is a good card. I would like some more flyers, but I guess we do have flyers in our Modern Age and our Behold the Unspeakable. Only looking at blue cards now, and artifacts. More defenders early on. Are we that afraid? I don't think we need to pick another sphere. Mono blue, are we the baddies? Yeah, I fucking hate control decks. But I will admit, when a control deck is working well, it sure does. Why is that a pick 6? That's a. So much red has been going around. It was very open, but you know, yeah. What can you do? There's no blue card in here. So there's a network terminal. I don't know that we run this. We already have. No. We're not going to need that card draw. I'll take it. I don't mind having one of these. I wanted another 2-drop. Spell Pierce plays well. That's good to go in there. We have 23 cards now. Another Spell Pierce. Do we want to? Doesn't matter. There was no choices. I'll Now I'm just picking for what I want in my, I guess, permanent collection. Not that I play basically any these days. This bounces a card. Probably won't be doing that. Early blocker for 2. If I wanted to splash black, that would make it easier, but I don't think I do. Just picking up some dual lands, I guess. Alright. You can also modify your 3/4 defenders to attack. Yeah, which card did that again? What does that happen? It's built right into them, right? They can suddenly become, so if they get modified, how many cards do I have that can modify them? So I just need to take 3 cards out basically here. I don't know that given the amount of card draw I have in here, I don't know that the bot is worth the cost. I have so much card draw, and that's very slow, whereas I have faster and built in. I like Spell Pierce. I don't know that I'd run 2. How many creatures are in here? 12, so I need every creature I can get. So I will be running the Arm Guard Familiars. Oh, and it doesn't count the 4 sagas, so we have 16 creatures. That's great, yeah. That's kind of, yeah, annoying. And I like that, yeah, we want the Arm Guards because this guy can get on the Arm Guards, which we want. I don't think we need the Papercraft Decoy. I think I'd rather the Artificer. We could run 16 lands. 16 lands might make it a little bit harder to get to the Mirror Shell Crab, especially since we'll be running these Modern Ages, in which we might want to be discarding lands in order to get to other cards. Control wants lots of land on the board in order to have the... I think we have enough card draw to not worry about running. I would think I'd rather, it's like to me, Spell Pierce or the Papercraft Decoy. I think I'd rather have the utility to control in my hand. I like this guy as an early body, gives me extra mana. It can only be used on artifacts though, but like, I mean, that helps us get what? That'll work on who? The Artifact Crab, which is nice. So the Artificer can get us to ramp to our crabs. And it can also cast most of our creatures, so that's good. Like, you can also cast this guy. And most blue creatures seem to be artifact creatures. I like this. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll let you, Oscar and Untouchable, since you're the experts, if you see any suggestions, I'll take suggestions as to what you would tweak before I start. I'll be right back. Untouchable. Cut the spell Pierce for the Tawashi Guide Bot. 9 artifacts for Thirst of Knowledge. What is Thirst for Knowledge? This one. Oh yeah, that's real nice. Alright, sure, I'll put in the Guide Bot. Guidebot also modifies for the 3/4. What? How does he modify? Oh, he's a modification. I didn't even think of the +1/+1 ability. Yes, good to know. All right. 17 mono blue, eh? This is nuts. This is more like once in a blue moon do I do this. Mono blue in constructed or in limited in anything. All right, 3 lands. That's the most I would ever want in an opening hand, especially for I would rather. Well, control doesn't mind 3 lands. In fact, yeah, it's completely fine because of our card draw. Not a bad opening hand. We got our early blocker, 2 of our early blockers, plus the ability to counter creature spells, though I would like to get a creature, so we get hopefully get the automated Artificer out soon so that we can counter and make him a 2/4. Okay. Do I want to leave? No, I'm gonna. Mostly because this is gonna help me. That's fine. I would have liked to counter that guy, but fuck. You know. Maybe that's why I should have played better. But anyways. Alright, I'm going to hold Essence Capture. I'm going to get ready to... Because Automated Artificer, if I counter a spell, if he casts a creature before he attacks, which he probably won't, I'll be able to Essence Capture and make the Artificer stronger. Okay, I'm gonna use these guys. Wait, should I? Am I that afraid? Then I can use him. Yeah, that I'll get the card back. Because I'm gonna get the card back by hopefully drawing. No, wait, I won't. No. I used that wrong. I wasn't thinking. Well, get these guys out. We're slowing down the game so that these guys will get modified, right? I think that's what you're talking about. This is hard. My head hurts. If he spreads out his counters, oh, this guy when he dies, I'm probably going to want to put Tamiyo's completion on this guy because he won't be able to pass his counters along. And I'm not drawing into land. Yeah, I gotta leave my options open now. I gotta leave my mana open in my hand, I think, here. Wait a minute, why is that choosing to... Hi Lisa, I'm down here. Yeah. I decided not to cast the artifact. Okay. That's, I'm glad to counter that. Very glad to counter that. It's annoying that 5 damage is getting through, but... he's not gonna... Phew. I need mana, so I don't mind using that right now. Gotta leave our options open, so I'm passing the turn. I have 5 mana available for artifacts. I have this that can... I'm not sure what to do. Okay, now I know what I'm doing. Now he has to put his cards, his counters on. When it dies, the counters are going to go on to this guy that's been made into unusable. I'm sorry I haven't been talking to explain my thought process, but I can't. I'm like just trying to keep up. Okay. It's going to become very big when it comes out. I need to keep my Mirror Shell Crab counter ability. I don't know if the ward's gonna work anymore, so you know what? I'm not going to keep the countering available. I'm just going to get the card draw now. Hi, Lisa. Do you hear the meowing? So he's about to have a 7/7 when this transforms, and I don't know what to do about that. Can this counter the final stage of the saga? Because it's an ability, right? Is that an ability, the stages of the saga? They just got an enchantment. Oh, it wasn't Lisa meowing, it's the cat on the screen. Lisa has been meowing too, though. He just got that shrine back. He's gonna be creating 1/1s every turn. I don't know what you're saying yes to. What did I ask again? Oh, I can counter the final ability of the saga? 5, 6... That's Lisa. I should have got my card draw first, right? They'll just pay 3. Yeah, they'll just pay 3 so I'm not gonna be able to deal with its final ability, am I? I'm gonna have to be chump blocking it probably. And he's gonna be getting 1/1 soon, so I'm hoping to draw into some like... I have another completion. I don't know what a completion is. Oh, you mean this? Yeah, so maybe I should get the guide bot out. Because yeah, ward, they'll just ward, cast the ward cost. I'm gonna beef this up to see if I can keep up with the size of this thing that's coming. Oh, this is bad. They're gonna get 2/1/1. They're gonna get 2/1/1s per turn. And their shrine is going to get bigger. I do need to draw into options. Looks like we're seeing who's going to out-control the other. They're going to wait it out because they're going to be generating tokens. I need card draw to win this game for me. But I don't have a lot of removal for things that are already on the board. So if I'd kept the crab, I would have been able to counter something there, right? Who would have known they would have tapped out with one card in hand? I'm just hoping to gum up the board, I guess, and just go long game here and see what happens. Soon I'll have the mana to start tapping my guide bot. Who would have expected that my first game that I play would be against a deck that's basically all late game? Like... But if I start drawing cards, I'm going to get into a situation where I mill myself, because this might go down to whoever... Oh, there's my... What do I get rid of, though? I don't even know what to get rid of. Like, everything's bad to deal with right now. Everything's terrifying on that side of the board. I don't know what the biggest threat is. The thing that's beefing guys? The thing that's generating tokens? Wait, why isn't he generating more tokens? Why does he only have 2 tokens? Vision on the Unspeakable could win it for me if I get rid of the reach. That's true. Alright, let's see what he does next. You're right, my chance is to get flyers. I have a counter spell in hand. Is reconfiguring an instant speed? Thank God. This guy's deck is fucking amazing. Reach. Modified creatures you control have trample. Whenever a modified creature you control deals combat damage to a player, search your library for a basic land card and put it in. What a fucking insane deck he's running. What does this thing even do? Okay. And he just did something there. He sacrificed a thing to do what? Put a +1/+1 counter on somebody. And I'm not drawing into my flyer. So let's see if... I'll play this at the end of the next turn. Sorry, does reconfigure is a sorcery like equip? Okay. Top 4 cards of your library and reveal enchantment or land card from among them, put it into your hand, put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. So the reason they're running that is because of how many great enchantments they have. So he gets 1 card for that. It only costs 1, I guess, so it's not a big deal. I need my flyers, and I'm not drawing them. I'm down to half. I've gone through more than half my deck, and I have 5 flyers in here, and I haven't drawn a single one. If I had a flyer, the game might actually be over if I had drawn a flyer a long time ago. Let's hope I draw into my options. The crabs are helping a lot. I'm wondering if I want to start moving my equipment around. So I got one of my flyers in hand now, but it's very slow to come out. Shit, maybe I should have spent that mana on drawing. Oh, I can. Now I can't. Wait, how many guys are modified? Fuck. Surprised he's not beefing this guy up more. Okay. I was hoping he was gonna go through that with that. He knows he's on a clock because of the flyer that's coming. Okay, the unspeakable is going to slow him down a little bit. Oh, draw a card, then discard a card. That's what's happening. I have to discard, I guess. The land. So his guys are a little bit weaker again, and the 1/1s are very weak. I can subdue the 1/1s for 4 turns now total. He has no reach. He's brought back his 4/5. I'm not sure if that was the right choice for him. I don't know. I can chump block that. Oh, he can give it trample, but, like, I mean, he can give trample to anybody. The guide bot choice was good. Thank you for the suggestion. Do I want them? I probably want both of these. If I put that out there now, I'm gonna keep the land. I can't counter anything, but I'm keeping the land in hand so that my unspeakable is gonna be a bit bigger when it comes out. The other unspeakable is gonna have this trigger. Why do we hope he doesn't draw a creature? Just because I don't want him to cast one when this isn't castable right now. I don't mind if he gets creatures at this point. I'm like, you know, I wish he wouldn't, but like, that triggers first. I was hoping it would trigger after the card draw. I'm gonna mill myself. Unfortunately, I'm down to 12. I don't think he can beat me even with like an all-out attack, but should I put out the 3/4 or should I? 2 turns of attacking with this kills him, and that's why I put that on him. I want to have mana open for my counter spell. I can't attack right now with that, so no attacks. This is an artifact creature, so maybe I'll just send it out. I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to keep the extra mana open, but it doesn't auto-tap this fucking guy. God damn it. Jam. Fuck. Well, I guess now that I can't counterspell, I might as well just toss this out too. Could I have lethal next turn? Oh. I do mill out. What was in my hand was just this. Oh. I was thinking this was my deck. Yeah, I've milled myself. I have 1 card down there now. I'll just do some chump blocking. Do I have lethal next turn? If I can just prevent lethal this turn. Okay, I want to prevent lethal. So I'll block like that amount, but I need enough damage to do next turn. So obvious chump block on this. Obvious chump blocks is what I should do first, right? Low power chump blocks especially. I don't know if I can win. Because he's getting through for 12. I don't know that anybody will be around. Yeah, I think I lose, right? Yeah, I lose. Fuck it. There's no way I can do both in the same turn. This is why I hate control decks, is because so many games go so long, and then when you lose a very long game, that's just extra boring. Hello! If I'd drawn the opposite, everything there, if I got all my flying enchantments, I win that game easily if I don't draw all of my enchantments that late. Instead, they all came too late. Behold came too late, and the 2/3 flyer enchantments came too late. Both were way too slow. If we draw the opposite direction, we win that game instead. Not just our beholds. We drew our beholds too late. We also drew the 2/3 flyer card too late. Just the 2/3s, he only had a reach creature out for 2 turns. If we just had the 2/3 flyers out there, hell, if we had the 1/4 flyer out there early on in the game, he had almost no removal. We would have just pinged him to death. We would have just taken one damage per turn and killed him. All it would have taken is 1 flyer. And we would have been able to make the 1/4 flyer a 2/5, a 3/5, because of our reconfigurable guys. And that was an insane deck with bombs. I think we win against that deck 2 out of 3 times. I think 60% of the time we face that person, we win. And here we are. This is the card you want very early on, and we didn't get it. A 2/3 flyer on turn 3. We'll keep this. We have early plays. We have early blockers, and we get into our early counters soon. Get rid of one of my islands. No turn 3 play. Oh. We have a flyer. Still get rid of lands. We can still afford to do that. We need a blocker, and we will soon have a flying blocker, so that's good too. And from this point forward, assuming they don't play an unanswerable creature this turn, we start to get to sit back and counter things. I don't like that they get to scry every turn. Please miss a turn. 2 puzzle masters, so they're going to be scrying a lot. But now I have a blocker in the air. However, they can reconfigure this to make one of these be able to kill the blocker, so I'll only be able to block 1 of those 2 per turn. And I might actually use this to tap 2 of their creatures if I don't use my counterspell next turn. Oh, I can't. Yes, I can afford this, so. I'm not going to counter that ability, no. Do I use the trespassers? Get rid of the flyers for a little bit just to buy myself some time, or because he can reconfigure next turn. I can do a lot of damage in the next couple turns. Oh, reconfiguring will make it so that yeah. I've got the card draw to make this worth throwing them away like this. Just to buy myself some extra turns of leeway. Because I don't want him reconfiguring and making these 3/4s and him going face for a couple turns. He's considering whether to counterspell, I guess. Can you counter channel? Did that instead. I could counter the reconfiguration if I wanted to, or do I cast the unspeakable right now? I think I gotta get this going. Thank God. Yeah, I'm gonna leave all my mana open, and I'm gonna keep as many things in hand as possible so that Behold the Unspeakable is super powerful when it comes out. I may just keep Mirror Shell Crab to protect my Unspeakable, my Vision of the Unspeakable when it comes out. Like counter, give it ward basically when it... Yeah, keeping all my mana open. And keeping all my cards in hand to make a very big Vision of the Unspeakable. Do I want to prevent that? Do I care about that? I'm about to get a Vision of the Unspeakable that can deal with that stuff in the air easily and doesn't really care. I think that's worthy. I'll take that. Yeah, that's a worthy trade. I'd rather keep my Mirror Shell Crabs in hand to make Unspeakable bigger next turn. I can cast both Mirror Shell Crabs if it comes to it. I can cast Essence Capture, but I'd rather not. Okay. My win condition is my Vision of the Unspeakable. I'd rather keep the crabs ready. If he wants to use that, why is he must have a ton of removal. Because why would it, knowing the Vision of the Unspeakable is coming, why would he be doing this? Vision cards are not fixed, they change with the cards in your hand. Well, even more reason to hoard cards. I don't care about either of these cards having removal played on them. And now I have like a very good defender out there. I'm playing the control game. I'm playing it long and slow here. He knew this was coming, yet he chose to use both of these. Does he have an answer? This thing has trample. I'm gonna start attacking. No, I'm not. Has trample. We're going super control, it seems. Super duper control. Soon the crabs aren't going to be as effective because the ward isn't going to be enough to stop any removal he casts on Vision of the Unspeakable. So this strategy won't work forever. I mean, there's a few in blue. So Tomio's, he would need just 2 more mana to play one of these, Tamio's. I don't know what else blue-red has that could take out Vision of the Unspeakable. Well, that I will counter. And I'll make Unspeakable even better. I don't want him doing 1 free face damage per turn if we're sitting here trying to play the long game. Put me on a 1-turn clock, per turn clock. This is why I hate control. Like, you invested this much time into a game and you have no, like, you know, win or lose, it's kind of boring. You just played what? Okay. I can't see it. I'm afraid to click it because I don't know how this shit works. And what did he play? Like, disrupt? Like a counter spell? Counter target spell. Well, I really don't want him to have that totem. So I'm countering his counter spell. Bam. So I have the card advantage. I have board control. What's my win condition if I don't feel like attacking right now? Since I don't want him to race me in the sky, I need to play more flyers. I don't know. I need that. This guy won't. I need another vision, maybe. I can pump up vision eventually with Armguard Familiar. Mirror Shell Crab on the ground, since the ward ability is probably not going to be as effective soon. Just draw into answers. don't know. Do I win the race right now, Oscar? Do I? I'm not good at math. I'll prevent him from getting back into the game. No card draw for you. Worth it. Like, the race would be me swinging for potentially 7 per turn while he swings for 5 per turn. I win in 3 turns, he wins in 3 turns. I swing first, then I win in 3 turns, he doesn't get his last attack, so I do win the race. If Unspeakable goes unanswered, I guess I should have done the math. He's scrying twice per turn, which doesn't help me. Did he leave? Did he just rage quit? Alright, fine, I'm attacking. I think he rage quit. Oh, I should have played Guy Bot. Yeah, he goes out without making him weaker. Well, anyways, first I'm going to get the Mnemonic Sphere cast. How long have I been streaming? Oh, a bit of a headache. 4 hours, good lord. Oh, this is only a... Yeah, I can do that. Oh shit, I didn't think he wouldn't defend. I was just clicking around. Fuck me. Anyways. Isn't this sad? Yeah. I've conceded any of the games tonight that I haven't thought was working for me. This guy has decided he should punish me for my win. He's upset. Online gaming. Could you imagine a guy doing this to you in real life? At a real card table? Hey Becky, can I have a treat? Did you bring me a treat? Oh. Why wouldn't you have brought me a treat? One of these to start.
That's all you
That's all.
Who's gonna eat this one? Breeze is gonna eat it.
Okay. Bye, babe.
Bye.
Omelet. Been there. Been there, Gauntlet. It sucked going to Magic card tournaments by myself. I never had any friends who played Magic, so I was always by myself. And then some dude there is angry that you won, and he wants to, after you've won, go tell, like, he has so many friends there, and he wants to go and tell everybody about what a ridiculous win I just got, loudly in front of me. That's part of the reason why I stopped playing physical Magic. I just hated the fucking piece of shit kids. Namusan, I'm playing. Maybe it's the guy down the street that we always walk by his house, see him in his room playing Magic on the computer. He's got the anvil. He'll be pinging my little guy. He'll have to sacrifice an artifact to get it started, though. The anvil doesn't start by itself, right? So, because he has to sacrifice the anvil, if he doesn't have an artifact to sacrifice right away, I might be able to save my Arm Guard Familiar by getting it equipped sooner than later. So, we're hoping that I can get it equipped onto the Guardians. Now that he's seen the Guardians and knows that if they are modified, they can attack, he'll probably sacrifice the anvil itself. He'll sacrifice one of the anvils. He's not. It can be done in instant speed, though, so maybe he's waiting for me to do that. Reconfigure has to be done at sorcery speed, correct? I'm gonna attack first. Oh, it's not to things. It doesn't ping things, you dummy. It's a clock. It only goes face. I was thinking it can ping my creatures and that I had to, like, well, whatever, plan both defenders. Well, that was a waste, though. I could have been attacking for 5 to the face. It becomes a 1/1 once it's tapped. That's interesting. I was thinking about not doing this, but I don't have any counter spells, and I don't think he'd play around me potentially having them, so I was thinking about playing Modern Age and then Thirst for Knowledge at the end of his turn, but am I just gonna get a quick win here? I was thinking about playing the extra land just to have Tamio's completion open and ready to play. What is he doing? Did he play 4 color? 3 color? I don't know what this guy's doing. So he's a 1/1 also when he attacks. That's really interesting. Why is that guy playable? Why would you want to play him? So he got counter spells? I have no idea what's happening. Get rid of my lands. I do, thank you. And then I can discard a card. What do I want to discard? Get rid of the crab. Can I reconfigure him and get him on the other guys? This guy's a what when he's not a 1/1? He's a 3/4, right? He'll probably want to block it. I don't know what's happening here and why. Oh, could I have attacked for lethal? How? Ah, this thing. I could have gone for lethal. Derp. I'm just so confused, like what's happening, what this deck is, and why he's. He couldn't have gone for lethal if he untapped. No, but I could have. Oh, he would have been able to untap it. Right. Well, anyways. Now I can go for lethal. This feels like overkill, but if he doesn't have a counter spell. I don't know, feels like we've yet to have a good game today. I guess the last game was good, it's just that he didn't give me the satisfaction of finishing it or conceding to me. Made it feel like it was a non-game in a way. That's like his revenge. I can't believe I'm playing mono fucking blue. Ugh. Yeah, but maybe he had a bunch of white cards in hand. Yes, I am playing mono blue. I just played what the deck gave me, what the cards gave me. I didn't wanna. I would prefer having more mana in my opening hand with a control deck, but that ain't bad. First 2 plays. If I draw into a land, I get this as a blocker. Not the worst. Hopefully he's not too aggro. He is quite aggro. Do I let him go face or do I block that guy? This also prevents him from getting card draw if I block it. Worth it. Slow down the game. So in essence, he ended up using that as a shock that did 2 damage to my face as a bonus. I don't think this guy with his aggro deck would play around counter spells or anything like that. He's just gonna play out whatever he has every turn, so I gotta get a defender out there, especially if he has creatures with haste. I could have kept the Mirror Shell Crab open. And I will now. So now I'm just biding my time. I've got Mirror Shell Crab to counter anything that he might end up coming out with. I'd like one more mana to play Modern Age while still keeping the mana available for Mirror Shell Crab. We're hoping his aggro deck runs out of gas. He just played this, and it says, as an additional cost to cast this ability, you may exile any number of red cards from your hand. How many did he do? Exile the top X cards of your library. You may play up to 2 of those cards until the end of your next turn. So it's pseudo card draw here. He gets to look at that many cards. He played that at the end of my turn, meaning... Oh, could I have countered that? What the fuck am I doing? Oh, I could have. I don't know what I'm fucking doing. I don't know. I don't know why. Oh, I was like really confused by your statement and how that card worked and why he played it at the end of my turn instead of on his turn. I don't understand anything. Because he just gave himself one less turn looking at those cards to cast them. I don't want him to have that card, and yes, I do not want him to have that card. Countering. So he also is playing with white? Okay. I don't care if he doesn't know. He knows that I can't play any counter spells. I'm putting out my extra defender so that I can stop that samurai from getting through. One more mana and I get to put out Behold the Unspeakable soon. Start counting down towards that. We can handle the samurai, so we don't want to play Tamiyo's completion on it. We're trying to. The part of playing a control deck is answering the right threats in the right way, in a way that gives you the most possible value. I don't know why he's doing this. What is fucking happening? Okay, that just happened. Well, I only lose one. I lose one of them, that sucks, but... I'll take 3 damage. No, I'll only take 1 damage to the face next turn. And I'll start getting some card draw. And I have a nice answer in hand, and I'm about to draw into more answers. Lots of answers I can draw into. He's only got 2 cards in hand. The threats that are going to come, I'm going to have more answers to threats than he has threats. Just via card draw alone, that's how it should play out. What? Okay. I'll keep both of those. and I'll play yet another Behold the Unspeakable. Basically taking away a turn from him. And I get more card draw. I love Reinvigorating Hot Spring. Is it a good card? I don't even know if it is. I love it. I would like extra mana, I think. So I'm going to keep both of these. You know what? I would like plentiful mana. I should have attacked first, shouldn't I have? Shit. Wait. Yeah, I should have attacked first. My bad. What? Oh, he just came out. Alright. I don't want him to have another. And now, that's modified. Meaning it can block and attack. Yeah, I forgot that it can't attack the turn that it is summoned. Very, very slow card, but the card draw built into it, it makes it quite effective. Three wins, one loss. And that first game that we lost, I think I could have won. Like I said, I think 60 to 70% of the time I face his deck, I win. Just because of his lack of flying that he had and my amount of answers that I have in my deck. I mean, he had a lot of bombs though. But if I have flyers out early, I'm going to win against that deck. Oh yeah. Okay, that's not horrible. I'm going to keep it. We have the card draw to offset the mana flood, if it comes to that. He gets his Death Touch guy out there right away. He's gonna kill me with 1/1s. So the question is, I think I need to do this. This is interesting. Alright, I got a defender to deal with the life linker. And I'll have a 2/3 next turn to defend against the 1/1 flyer. He can spend mana to tap my defender if he wants to really get through for the lifelink damage. I don't like not having Essence Capture available right now. No blocks. It's got me down to 15 in the early game just from 1/1s alone. Yikes. Oh, he channeled it. Thank God. Phew. So he was mana screwed. He's got a 3-color deck at least. Okay, so he's got guys like that in there. We want to be ready. keeping my mana open. I like that Essence Capture is a nice little surprise to beef up my Guardians and make them able to attack. Can't counter that. Only creature spells I can counter right now. So he's building up to a 2/3 flyer as well. And that's fine. I've got the card advantage by far. Do I want to be on a 1-turn clock over forever? It won't be forever, but do I want to be on a 1-turn clock? Regardless, if I block it with the Vector Glider, yeah, I have to let that through. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna play another Guardian. Now I'm considering blocking the snake with a Guardian. One of the Guardians. What would you guys do? Would you block the snake? Over time, that'll really add up. 1 damage per turn, especially since I'm playing long game. I have to block it eventually, right? Yeah, look for a 2-drop to trade. Like I could play Acquisition Octopus. I could trade with that if I felt like. I don't mind trading with it, even though it has an amazing ability to get card draw. I have so much card draw, I don't think I care that much. Oh, it looks like Essence Capture's coming. Oh, Long Johnson. Oh, Vigilance. He gets to cast enchantments from his graveyard, which includes Greater Tanuki. You're not allowed to have that. Maybe I should go on the offensive? Keep my Guardians to guard the... Oh. There's 2/3 flyers coming. I was thinking of putting it on my Vector Glider just so that I'd have... So I get a free turn to attack here. Because he can't even use Death Touch on my 4/5. So this is transformed, so it does go back to my hand. It's not a token. That's really interesting. So now he can attack per turn for 4, but I have my vision coming, my unspeakable, to defend. Now I can loot some more, that's true too. I can draw cards and discard cards. So that bounce is kind of a double-edged sword for him, just to prevent 2 damage and potentially let 2 damage through this turn. He can use the Moth Rider Patrol to tap my Vision of the Unspeakable. It'll cost him a lot of mana per turn to do it, though. is out of cards officially, but he just used it to get 2 cards back in the hand, including the Poet. Being able to scry first with this too is crazy. Come on, answers to the Poet or to anything. Oi. Okay, Mirror Shell Crab can prevent the hard cast of the Sky Turtle when it comes, which is coming if he draws another land. The Sky Turtle is a 6/5 flying with Ward 2, meaning I can't counter it, because that includes, Ward is also when it comes to countering. I don't want him to have a 6/5 Sky Turtle. You can counter a ward spell without paying ward? Oh, really? It only matters when it enters? Okay, so I can counter it. So I do want to keep my Mirror Shell Crab ready. No, that sucks. I didn't even think he would do that, but I can't have that going back into my hand. Now, because I did that, I need an answer for the Poet. Okay, I've got an answer for the Poet. Because the Poet allows them to, when it attacks, allows them to get the turtle out of the graveyard. Do I need to do that now? I think I want my 7th land? I'll probably draw into my 7th land. I'm not going to play the crab now, so. So I have my 5/5 out there. He has many enchantments he could cast. I can't let that happen. I have to play this. And I have to play it now. Do I start attacking? I don't have an answer for that, his ability to tap that over and over. Do I play my crab? He has no cards in hand. How many cards left in library? 17. He's got 22. He might have more beefy stuff in there that I still would want to use Crab against. If he comes out with a big creature, I'm in trouble. No, I think what I should do is start building my board. No, I don't want to build it too much because I have Unspeakable can't get too weak, right? Or it becomes a non-threat. I'm just going to end the turn for now. I want to build up the cards in my hand. I like that he doesn't have any cards in hand. I can't counter that with Crab. He can pay the tax on it easily. Can I counter it with, I do have that spike that could counter this outright, which I did not draw. That would have been nice. Oh, I didn't keep the spike. No, I did keep the spike, but I didn't draw it. The 5/7 doesn't do a lot for me on the ground because he's got the snake. This still allows me to have enough mana open to counter a beefy creature that he might play, and I'm getting ready to beef up my Vector Glider to attack as a 6/5, potentially. But of course he could tap it, which he will. So he can start attacking for 3 damage per turn. I may need to use Tamiyo's completion on the Moth Rider patrol. He can answer by tapping the Vector Glider again. I don't need to play this now, though. Let's see what I draw. Counter target spell is nice to have. I don't need the card draw from Acquisition Octopus, so I'm gonna keep the counter. I may play Completion on the Moth Rider next turn. I don't like taking this much face, but I think I can handle the situation. Especially that I have another flyer coming. Yep, I'll let it happen. I'm still afraid of big beef coming. Ward makes it harder to tap it. Now I get some card draw with the octopus. And I can't do it this turn if I want to keep the crab ready. Probably better off just reconfiguring and attaching right now. He has 2 cards in hand. He's counting his board for some reason. Does he think he can go on the offensive somehow? I don't think so, dude. We built a good deck, man. This thing worked. And I just drew into my best card. And now I have 2 flyers in the air. This negates his entire board, so I get a free turn to attack. He can do no damage when I attack here. All right. Four wins, 1 loss, and that loss was our first game. You can put Ward Guy on the Unspeakable and unlock all his mana. I don't understand. You can put Ward Guy on the Unspeakable. Wait a minute. He can give people ward? He can reconfigure? I haven't even been reading that part. I haven't even been thinking about that. Wait. Oh, this gives ward. Oh. Oh, I didn't even read that part. I thought the crab, you were saying the crab had ward? Okay, wow, good to know that part of one of the cards I play the most in this deck. I'm getting too old for this, man. I don't love this opening hand, but I'd rather have more defenders than these guys. Almost looks like an offensive deck when you look at it like this. Untouchable thinks it's a nice hand. I prefer to have blockers. I like my defenders. He's got a red-black deck, which means artifact creatures and sacrificing creatures. I like being the first on the board. That's about the first time this has ever happened in this set, being first on the board. So he's got a super aggro deck if this is what he's playing, I think. Whatever he plays next is coming out with a +1/+1 counter on it, so I'm probably gonna want the Mirror Shell Crab, right? Yeah. Because it could be, on turn 4, it could be a 5/5 with this. Having something on the board when they have nothing and you have counter spells is real nice. That's not something you usually get the luxury of in a control deck. It's rare you get this early game. Nope, not letting you have it. Imagine if I hit the other thing, the Saga, by accident. Next turn, he'll be attacking with a 2/2 haste creature. I don't want to race this guy, I want to control this guy. I would trade that. But this is also a non-threat to me if I get a defender out. And I have many defenders, including this coming in 1 turn, 2 turns. It's a 2-for-2 trade. I've got an answer for a bigger guy later. I don't want to spend this on a 2/2. I'll take it. I'll take the attack, even though I know I'm playing into a black-red aggro strategy by doing it. I forgot about ninjutsu. Whoops. Why did I forget about ninjutsu? I'm an idiot. What? Oh. Draw a card, then discard a card. I have to get rid of an island. That's what's happening. Probably should do this then. Keep it tapped. Hopefully he can't he could sacrifice it. This is weird. I'm in an aggro situation. Like next turn I have a flyer and he might not have defense for the flyer. How does this come back to his... Why? Is it back in his hand? Oh, he ninjutsu'd, that's why. I see. The bouncing of sagas. I get it now. This is really weird. I don't want to be racing, but I feel like I'm still in the better situation for him race-wise. Like, I'm gonna have better board position. And I can get card draw right now. Unless he wants to trade. And at this point, I do want to trade, I think. He has to. Maybe I should have kept the Mirror Shell Crab available. Yeah, I should have. I'm gonna be honest, my head is starting to hurt. Been playing for a while. That didn't matter in the end. But now anything he plays could have haste. N +1/+1. If I get one more land, I have the Mirror Shell Crab to block the ground. Next turn he's attacking for 5. This is not the game I want to play. This is crazy that I'm playing like this against an aggro deck, but I don't know. All right. I really need an extra land now. Or that. Oh, and I'm gonna get 4 cards. I'm gonna draw 4 cards next turn. Who would have expected that with this deck? To be down to 1 card in hand. To get 4. Wait. Fewer than 1 card. I have to have no cards when this goes off. How does that happen? Because you draw first, going into the... What did he just do? I don't know. You get it if it's the last card in your hand. Well, anyways. But it doesn't trigger. When does this ability trigger? When does the saga trigger? At the beginning of the turn before you draw? That must be how it works. Otherwise, the second ability would never draw you 4 cards. If you have no cards in hand when your turn starts, okay. You can give that haste. I'm down to 6 health. He has 1 card in hand. He'll have no card draw. And he's not attacking. All right. Things have changed into my favor. And I'm still playing aggro in some fucked up way. This is fucking crazy. He can attack with the haste creature next turn. I might end up chomping with my fucking Vision of the Unspeakable. Just be, like, I have lethal potentially soon. Is there anything in this set that could do 4 damage to my face when he attacks if this goes unanswered? I'm in Jitsu, I guess. A ninjutsu might kill me, potentially, if I let both go on by unblocked. I'm just sacrificing my fucking vision of the unspeakable, I guess. But I can counter anything. I can't counter ninjutsu, right? The unspeakable is potentially my win condition though. Next turn I could go swing through for... Hello. I decided not to configure. I want him to think I have more counter spells, and okay. What the fuck is that? Whatever. Uh-oh. To one target creature, not to face. Okay, thank goodness. So he has to sacrifice it to do that. Can't lose the blocker, can't attack like that. Scrap. Essence capture, thank goodness. Whew, this is nerve-wracking. I just need to make my vision of the unspeakable a bit bigger. Creature planeswalker's coming back to his hand, but I have a counter spell. It does go to face? This goes to face? 2 target player and that much damage to up to 1 target creature. So that is a clock. I gotta win soon. Every artifact he plays is going to charge him up to the 1 damage he needs. Six. 5, 6, 7. 5. If I attack, I need one more damage. I need one more turn to attack for lethal. I get lethal in the air in one more turn. Two more turns. Oh, he wins. He can sacrifice an artifact to deal 4 damage to my face. Then when he attacks with the Simian Sling, I have to block it. He wins. Maybe he won't realize. Oh, Voltage Surge is only creatures. No, but it does bonus damage too. I thought it does bonus damage. Okay, well there goes my win condition anyways. And he continues to charge up his win condition. But where's my card draw, man? What the heck? It's Kami Flare that does bonus damage. Okay, I was thinking of the wrong card. If we get card draw, we could win. We need card draw, and we have so much of it, but we haven't been getting it. These are really bad draws. You gotta say, bad draws. I'm able to reasonably sit here for a long time with Magic because of this particular stance. I'm able to play like this with one hand and like... complete the reactor if you find your next completion? What do you mean reactor? Like... oh, like I can... oh, because it targets artifacts too? Oh shit. What does he have? That's 3 or less. He'll get card draw from this. The board position's making it look like I'm gonna lose. He's not gonna attack. This is bad, guys. Yeah, we might lose just because of the draw. That's too bad. He drew 8 land, we drew 16 lands. No, wait, 14 lands. Almost all of our lands. He's gonna do this once per turn, sacrificing a creature per turn or something, because He's just gonna ping me one. Oh, he wants to get me down because he knows if he attacks next turn, he gets lethal with this. Yeah, because he only has to attack with one more thing next turn. I don't think I have anything that can stop this. Unless I get the thing that can target the reactor. And I didn't. Oh, wow. So that's magic. Wow. Where do you put your lav, Becky? Doesn't look like it's in there. Not in the cupboard. Alright guys, I think that's it. It doesn't matter, Becky. I think that's it for today. That's a long stream. We resume with our mono blue deck on the next stream, I suppose, the next time I play. Anybody wants to see what I was playing with, it's a pretty good set, a pretty good deck. What did we not draw? We had 10 cards left in the deck, and we drew 5 lands, I think 4 lands in a row, basically, when we needed one of these. We had 2 of these remaining in the deck. We needed just one to deal with the reactor that was going to kill us. Oh, I did use one earlier? Anyways. We drew into... Did we not draw... Did we get one of our flyers? Did we get this, either of these vector gliders? I don't think we did. Did we get one? We might have gotten one. Anyways, this guy would have done a lot for us if we'd drawn him. The Acquisition Octopus also would have helped a lot if we had drawn him while we had the vision in the air. Anywho, thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you next time. This has been another Magic stream. Bye-bye. Oh, I don't even know how to... Yeah, so see you later, guys. I don't know what we're doing tomorrow. What? I might stream tomorrow, I'm not sure. So I might stream tomorrow, I'm not sure yet though. Well, thanks for hanging out with me, guys. See you later. Oh, and this weekend, we're not sure the exact dates and times, but there should be another Sega-sponsored stream with Phantasy Star Online and a show and trailer on one of the days. We're trying to lock down exactly which day for which. See you later.